It clear nowhere is safe from attack in this country.
Fox's Griff Jenkins in Lviv. A down day on Wall Street with all three major U.S. indexes closing in the red. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
InfoWars filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection as the website's founder and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones faces defamation lawsuits over his comments that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a hoax. Yesterday's bankruptcy filing puts civil litigation on hold while the business reorganizes its finances. Creditors listed in the bankruptcy filing include relatives of some of the victims of the 2012 school massacre in Connecticut. A container ship stuck off the coast of Maryland is moving again.
It took 2 unsuccessful attempts at dislodging it, as well as the removal of about 500 of the 5,000 containers on board. But the Ever Forward is now floating again. The ship, which is the length of more than 3 football fields, was pried from the muddy bottom of the Chesapeake Bay on Sunday morning by 2 barges and 5 tugboats, with a little help from a full moon and a high spring tide. It was traveling from Baltimore to Norfolk, Virginia, when it got stuck on March 13th. Its sister vessel, the Ever Given, made worldwide headlines last year when it ran aground in the Suez Canal, disrupting ship traffic and causing supply chain issues for days. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A popular TV series is coming to an end.
The final season of Better Call Saul's Season 6 first episode is titled Wine and Roses, as we watch the final transformation of Slippin' Jimmy into his well-known Breaking Bad character, Saul Goodman. The final season is broken into 2 parts, with the final 6 episodes in July.
Who's here to see Saul Goodman?
The series picks up right where Season 5 left off, with Nacho on the run from what he did in Mexico, and Kim starting her career as a public defender, and Jimmy continuing to build the Saul Goodman phase of his legal career. It airs on AMC and AMC Plus at 9 p.m. Eastern. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The suspect in an attack on a boy on a bike in broad daylight Monday had 16 prior arrests over 2 decades, ranging from drug-related to aggravated assault and family violence cases, according to the report in the Guam Daily Post today. The attack occurred in the parking lot of the NCS Mart in Dededo, where the store's video surveillance camera captured the violence taking place. The video went viral yesterday. Now, the surveillance video shows a man running up to the child who was on a bicycle in the store parking lot. He kicks the child, causing him to fall over. The video continues with the man kicking and then punching the boy while he was on the ground. He then walks away, and the boy is seen lying on his back crying. Now, the victim had bruises to his face and body, and the boy's parents declined medical attention for the child. But police were called to the scene. They made an arrest. 41-year-old Oliver Jason DeSoto was arrested and charged with suspicion of aggravated assault, child abuse, and violent and simple assault. Police say that they were called to the scene about 10 o'clock yesterday morning. Now, a witness did point out to police that the suspect was still on the scene when police arrived. Elsewhere in the news, as the Board of Education plans to take up the Department of Education's strategic plan this evening, the department yesterday went before senators in their plea to get a waiver for required school days and service learning. Bill 286 and Bill 287 were up for public hearing yesterday. Bill 286 would waive the 180-day instructional requirement for school students, as well as Bill 287, which would waive the requirement for service learning for high school students. DOE Superintendent John Fernandez says in the Post that they have been updating and renewing their strategic plan, which will address shortfalls that students and teachers have faced, especially in light of the pandemic. The intent is to get students back on track with regard to their learning, recovery, and academic process. Now, DOE's strategic plan is also up for approval by the Guam Education Board today. Well, more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Well, the news was quick to spread yesterday afternoon. Guam Congressman Mike Nicholas has finally announced a running mate, and already the gubernatorial race has built some steam and has heated up. Veteran news personality Sabrina Salas Matanani, it was confirmed, will be running alongside Nicholas in his bid for governor in this year's election. The team will pick up their packet this morning at the Guam Election Commission, where media representatives will be invited to ask questions of the candidates. Matanani has been a veteran reporter and news anchor for over 25 years, starting her career here on Guam at Guam Cable TV and then taking over the helm at KUAM as the news director, the anchor, and more recently the managing director. Pacific Telestations yesterday put out a press release confirming Matanani's resignation as she pursues her political aspirations. What hasn't been confirmed, though, is that Matanani's daughter and KUAM anchor Tyler Matanani's also resigned in order to fill a position in the opposing gubernatorial team. Unconfirmed reports indicate that the younger Matanani was picked up as the spokeswoman for the Republican gubernatorial team of Felix Camacho and Tony Ada. And it's no longer required to wear masks outdoors, according to the governor's executive order that went into effect at midnight. According to the order, businesses no longer have to impose social distancing or caps on the number of people allowed to gather. The island's indoor mask mandate is the final restriction that will be phased out. The governor stating that she's looking at May 3rd if the island continues to sustain low rates of transmission and hospitalizations. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Well, here we go. Boy, I didn't see that one coming, did I? Oh, John had it.
Oh, my goodness. Poor John.
Well,
Poor John got beat up in the media and then, in the social media.
Yeah, it's going to be fun watching this political outsider navigate her way around. I mean, it couldn't start small. Couldn't start like an ed board or, work your way in as a mayor or senator or something like that. What's your first job in politics?
Jump right in.
Lieutenant governor? Didn't everybody start off that way? All right, well.
Go big or go home.
That's, Amen to that.
Right.
All right, mostly sunny. We ought to wish her a good morning. There's a very good chance she's listening. She's not working
Well,
opposite
good morning.
us now.
And, applaud the girl for being courageous. That is a big, bold move.
Well, that's essentially what I sent her yesterday. I said, go for it. I got your back. Mostly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Gusting as high as about 20 miles an hour. Expect some isolated showers in the forecast today. Partly cloudy tonight. Overnight low should be 75 degrees. East-northeast winds 9 to 13 miles an hour. Same thing for tomorrow. Mostly sunny, partly cloudy skies in the evening. Mostly sunny on Thursday. Highs near 90 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92. And it looks like the winds are coming back tomorrow. Still kind of light today up to about 13 miles an hour. But starting tomorrow, we'll see gusts up around 20, 22, 23 miles an hour. So expect a little bit of that. Thank goodness. It was getting a little bit too stale.
Muggy?
It's muggy, stale air.
Yeah.
It's just right there. It's not moving, But, I was flapping my gums enough to keep things, a little bit more swirly around. Sunrise this morning was at 6:06. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:34. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together right here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Thank you, Real Joe, for the reminder that now I got to thank a couple of big sponsors, including APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Wendy's, the home of the new Hot Honey Chicken Biscuits. That's spicing up your morning. All white meat breakfast chicken fillet drizzled with a hot honey sauce, served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit for breakfast. Only at Wendy's. We got you.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
No, I shouldn't get started this. There's nothing going on. Really, I don't know what we're going to talk about for 4 hours today. We got the Sabrina and Mikey thing. We got the thug and the bicycle guy, and the. Yeah, okay. You don't have to wear your mask outside anymore. Is that here we go, the big honking deals here this morning on the program. Well, might as well get started. See, it is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. There is actually a little bit more to talk about if you include the crap that we didn't get to yesterday. So don't worry about me. We got an incredible 4 hours lined up for you. And when I say we, I mean I'm not alone here. We got Real Joe Cruz gets the phone when you call 888-8255.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you.
I'm going to get a packet, man. It's looking tasty right now.
Everybody run for office.
Yes.
Right? And then you can go in there, and do part-time legislature, so you can still work here.
Oh, yeah.
And then go over there,
serve
the people of Guam.
Yeah.
Exactly, that kind of thing. I don't know if there's any money in it, although it's odd that, you get some people that get $55,000 a year being a senator, and then you look at their financials, and they're like, wow, where do you make so much money from? Where'd all that money come from?
They just gave me the boat.
Montecito Tyron.
I am a recovering media darling. I was once a media darling.
Now, who called her a media darling?
I know one of the posts that I was reading.
On our thing? On Facebook Live?
I think she is a media darling.
I'd like to be a media darling. Is there anything specific that I have to do? I mean, is there an agenda thing?
No, when you cross over, you just kind of realize the The reality. The reality.
Right. So we got to talk about this and knock it out of the way early. Here is this is a truism. It is a fact. When you are in the media, it doesn't
you're looked at a very different way. Yeah.
Right. So you hi Ray, commentator on the radio. Now, if I were to go all the way,
river,
get the packet, turn in the packet, do fundraisers, do all of this stuff, become a senator or whatever, or even a spokesperson for somebody in the governor's office, senator's office, chief of staff, or something like that. Oh yeah, all these people. This is your best friend. They'll come to your house, and we're all partying, smoking it out together with my journalism buddies. But as soon as I cross over to the other side, dun, 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 persona non grata, you've gone to the dark side. You're one of them now.
Speaking
You'll never
from
be one of
experience,
us.
I've been there, and it was
right.
Yeah.
Oh, it was bad. It was
bad.
It was
my own station.
Yeah, Mana stops working in the newsroom, and the very next day it's like editorials and commentary from the afternoon guys.
Yeah.
It was that was ugly.
From my own station.
From your own station, it seemed to take a great deal of delay. And I'm sitting there, I'm like,
it's like, wow, you didn't like me while I was working there, did you?
Yes. What the heck?
But it's it what it is.
So now, do you suppose that she might be able to does she rise above that? I mean, by virtue of the fact that she ran the newsroom, she wasn't just a rummy. She was running the news department.
I think there's an expectation that she'll have going into the politics. She knows
that. Well, I mean, but who's here? Let me put it this way: who's left to talk stink about her? When you stop and think about it, all of this is where we are in the media game. There aren't that many of us.
And what stink is there to talk about her? I mean, she's been
done a good job. Well, I don't know.
She's had a good 25-year career here.
They are apparently over at the corruptionguam.wixsite.com.
Never heard of it, Ray.
Never heard of it. Yeah, they had to go digging around. We got to find something on Sabrina.
Well, they were the ones that reported on Tyler having resigned from the KUAM yesterday.
So here's the story from the corruption
she's so
site.
cute. I love Tyler. She was just the up and coming anchor, but
she can
bold
MC
move for her too.
Didn't she just MC the Red Ball?
She grew up in that industry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Our former KUAM reporter spent years criticizing Delegate Michael Sinicolas and exposing his ethics in criminal investigations. And there's a picture of Sabrina and Chris with the masks on. At any rate, and blah blah blah. And now it would appear Montanani, who has spent years trying to build a credibility, has flip-flopped on the Michael Sinicolas issue and is joining his campaign for governor and his lieutenant governor candidate. Sabrina's the last one on the list of potential candidates Michael Sinicolas has asked, and she's the only one who said yes. Others who declined to join the campaign with a candidate facing ethics and criminal investigations include Rod Leon Guerrero, John Fernandez, Amanda Shelton, and John Ananich. And John Ananich, you need to find out who these guys are and sue their asses to the. You are a private citizen. You are still a private citizen.
And that was something we talked about yesterday.
What a hit piece! They did a hit piece on a private citizen.
That's defamation of character.
Let's lawyer up, Brud, and see what's going on. 6:19 in the morning. This is going to be fun to watch here. Now, who made? Because as far as I know, Michael Sinicolas still has not made an announcement. There is no press release that says, "Hi, I'm Mike Sinicolas, and my running mate is Sabrina Salas Montanani." That hasn't come yet. What I think triggered everybody? No, think about it. The trigger that got everybody.
Gosh, can you imagine he goes and picks up the packet with someone else?
Someone wearing a burqa. Yeah, just so you can see the eyes.
We just don't know. But think about this. The trigger piece, and it happened while I was taking a nap yesterday. I got a late nap in yesterday, and I closed my eyes.
No wonder you didn't reply.
Exactly, and I opened my eyes, and it's the thing from Pacific Telestations, letting them know that letting the world know that she's gone off on to pursue other pursuits in the world of politics. And I'm sitting there going, oh, my God, he was right. So yesterday I was talking about my political operative in the Democratic Party who was telling me who it was going to be. And I'm like, no way. And he's like, yeah, way. And I'm like, no way.
Well, who did you hear? Was it Sabrina?
I heard from Carl Gutierrez it was going to be Sabrina.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
And so I would, and I'm going, no, get out of
here. Now we know
what?
who your political operative is.
No, I've got 20 other guys. So my political operative says, okay, it's going to be Sabrina. And then I wake up from my nap and there's there's that thing from Pacific Telestations going, she's off to, and I'm going, oh my God, he was right again. He's right again. But interesting to hear what some of the other political predictions are going to be with all of this.
But you know, with KUAM, the show will always go on. You know, we saw that. I saw that when I left PNC. The show will go on, but I feel KUAM will feel the loss because she was the backbone.
If Sabrina's out, and as you point out, the corruption Guam people are saying that the Tyler quit too.
Yeah, so
we'll see.
But Sabrina's kind of been the behind the scenes backbone for KUAM for so many years.
Correct. Yeah. All right. Well,
So
maybe we'll get her on the phone. I don't know if she's allowed to talk yet. I've got her new number, and I'm like, I sent her a thing yesterday, and then she sent me a new number. I said, "Is this a new number?" She says, "Yeah, I got to give up my phone."
No.
What? What?
That's a company phone, Ray.
No,
Yeah.
just keep all the contacts. You're going to need those. You're going to need those. Anyway, 6:21 in the morning. All right, commentary from baby sister Montecillo Silva Tyron as we explore with the incredible possibilities that Pam Duvall says call her, Ray. All right, I'll give you the number in a minute. I'll give it to Real Joe so we might be able to get her on the line and then see if we can get Tony Ada on the line as well to confirm whether or not Tyler is working as so far campaign spokesperson.
Okay.
All right. So where's Chris going?
Oh, I don't know.
we don't know. You
He's
didn't ask
the bread
him?
over there.
You want to ask him?
She was the butter.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's funny, guy. 6:22 in the morning. Let's get started with these bread and butters here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Before we do anything else, before I send out greetings and top 10s and things like that, how about this? Top 100. You want to do top 100? Josefina Diaz is celebrating 100 years today. Josefina is the grandma of Jose, and you can see Jose Martinez in the picture. And then we scroll down a little bit. Let me get another picture there. My grandmother has turned 100 years. Happy birthday, Josefina Diaz. Hey,
Happy 100.
Jose's got a head like yours.
He does.
Amazing.
Is that Jose? I've never seen him in real life.
He's the tomorrow version of me, Ray.
That's right. Celebrating 89 years in that picture. And then at 99 years, and they've got the pretty flowers on her head. Happy
beautiful.
birthday to you. Happy 100th birthday. And what a real blessing, Jose, that you've still got her around.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Isn't that amazing? And I always think about, when you think about folks that are that old, you always try to wonder about what kind of experiences that they had growing up, you know. And we think iPhones are pretty cool. And you remember back in those days, you remember if she was a kid in the school and the teacher had a piece of chalk attached to a thing like a pen. You remember that?
Yeah.
That they used to write with so that they never had to worry about the chalk breaking and the getting dusty hands because it came in like a holder.
The stories.
It was how about remote controls? Remote controls.
No.
You remember, Grandma? Do you remember what television when you had to get up and change the channel? But that was
Oh
okay.
my God! I saw a post yesterday that had an iPad, iPod, those little tiny ones, and it said it was an '80s gadget. I'm like, that was not an '80s gadget.
Yeah, 80s-ish, 90s.
We had a
I don't know.
cassette
We'll look into it.
Walkman.
I love those things. 824 and with the auto reverse. You remember when you got the cassette deck with the auto reverse? That's how you knew you were somebody. It's 6:24 in the morning. All right, let me look over the numbers here and see who is at number one. It's a huge crowd here this morning. I guess everybody is just either not watching KUAM anymore because she's not there, and now over here on this program. Oh, by the way, James Howard is back on the YouTube side.
Oh, he's alive?
He's alive. Welcome home, son.
Wow.
Good to have you there. When I looked at
Impressive.
it, big man Rico B was the number one pick guy on the thing.
Way to go, Rico.
I probably should have wrote it down because a whole lot of names have already scrolled up. So I'm going to start there. Patricia Canata and good morning to April and Goko Floors. Hiking buddy Dean Bates is online. Joanne Titano saying good morning. There's Dona Mila Martinez. Pretty Cerrito Garin saying it's Taco Tuesday. And
Wow,
Taco Tuesday, and it's Josefina Diaz's 100th birthday. There's got to be a way that we can combine that so that you and I can get some free food. This is work on the magic there. What's your name, Joe? Joey? Joe Cruz?
Just call me Seuss.
Gotcha. Damon Kaufman, mask mandate on public transportation struck down by federal judge. I just saw that, Damon. I'll take a look at that because it is kind of interesting. They decided that they were going to keep that thing going, didn't they? On all transportation?
Yeah, forever.
Does that mean that when my daughter flies in today on the Continental airplane? Well, you wish, right? She doesn't have to wear the mask? I don't know. Sonny Cruz is online. I got Margaret Estachio, Mike Grace Blas. What the heck was that, bro? Play that again when I'm not talking.
Forever. So if you don't die, you'll live.
Forever. Brad Wood is there. Ate Lorna's and Cousin Troy. Cousin Troy from Canada's
Good
online
morning,
here this morning. Cousin Troy, did you see it coming? Did you see the Sabrina thing coming,
wow.
Brad? I got Brandy there, Lonnie Solis, Dennis Larson, and yeah, tell you what, we had a moment of safety over by the NCS store. That's what I'm going to refer to it now.
A moment of safety.
Yeah, that's because what the governor said that Guam is a safer place. So I tell you what, next time, we have incidents like this where here comes this guy with 16 other priors. 16 other priors comes and basically assaults this kid on a bike. Guam's not a dangerous place. That's not that's safe. There's a moment of safety for this kid at the hands of this dude here. And what did they say? How old is he? It's like 41 or something like that.
Yeah.
Bro, you gotta stop acting like that after
dude.
like 19 or 20. It's not cool anymore, bud. Who else is online? Samantha Jane Miranda saying good morning, Point, and all the clowns in the front office. Absolutely. There's Gerald Young, Matt Galendez, Tony Uggan, Melinda St. Nicholas McMullen is online. What's that Frank Perez got to say? Says good morning, Guam. A lieutenant governor choice ought not to be just window dressing or to make a political gender equity issue, but a serious consideration in the unexpected, unforeseen demise of the governor. The lieutenant governor should be politically savvy and astute to carry on just an opinion. I don't disagree with your opinion. I've known and have worked with Sabrina virtually all of her career when she returned to Guam from college. She used to do news for me in the afternoons and in the mornings over when I was doing stuff over at Hit Radio 100. And you remember when the plane crashed?
I do.
Korean Airlines. And she, kind of on her own, figured out how to get to the site. She picked up a two-way radio from the radio station, gave that to her. She figured out how to get to the site. She figured out how to get down into the mix with everybody. Yeah. I honestly don't remember if she had a photographer, but I mean there were a couple of harrowing, dangerous moments. We were on the air talking about it, and she had this for a second a sound of hesitation in her voice, and I said, "You don't have to go down there if you don't want to," and she said, "No. I'm going down," and that one there, kind of clued me into the kind of person that she is. Marla Carbolito online. I see Matt Galendez. Like I said, Renee Lau. Good morning to Samantha Jane Miranda, who's responding to Frank. Says so. Madeline was qualified. GTFOH. What's that? What's that? Oh, never mind. Don't sound that out. Heather Perez. Good morning to Juanita Machi, Sour Lake, and Heather Perez online. Mark Voigtland checking in from the Free Zone. Richard V. Leon is online. Dying to see what he's got to say as the morning progresses. Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola. Real Joe quoting me. Courage is always reported. Post Canteen. That's bold move, Cotton. We'll see if that works out. Great quote. Where's it from? Sarah Lake saying Magandang Umaga. Brennan Fosto, our favorite jarhead. Joey Kichitu online here this morning. And Banidosu Tau Tau. So appreciated lifting the mandate for outdoor. Oh, boy. Yeah, our lives are almost complete now. I don't wear a mask outside anyway, says Kenny. Dennis Larson says, what idiots are wearing masks outside? All right, Dennis has been mask-free this entire time. So he and I share some of the same comments about people either walking around with masks outside or in their cars with the windows rolled up by themselves. First of all, you're all insiders. We get it. And what are you worried that somebody's going to see you in the car with the all-in sticker on the back and your mask up around your chin? No. The only ones now that will be wearing their masks outside are the true believers or serial killers. I think serial killers are going to be the ones. And that'll be all right because we'll be able to see them coming. Anna Marie is there. Jules Tejano, John Merritt, Bob and Connie Bartonico, Dave Eckert. Dave Eckert's online.
Wow. Good morning, sir.
Says Morning Ray from Las Vegas. Got you, buddy. Good to see you online. I'll tell Jerry Roberts that you're here. When Rowie is also online. Patty Cruz, Sherry Iriarty, Tracy Perez, Limtiaco, Buenos Aires.
Good morning.
That's my connect over at GPA.
Biba.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's the one. That's the
Yeah.
You don't need to call anybody else. You got something that you got to take care of. You call Tracy and she'll Tracy power her way through all of these whatever issue you got. Janine Bloss is online.
Good morning.
Hi, Janine. Are you back? Jim Bonato, JB is hanging out. Sarita says, I'm going to pick up a packet. I mean, a hot pocket. Tina Garcia asking, who's prettier, Mike or Sabrina? I'm going to say Sabrina just because, it's so close to Easter and everything. But Pam Duvall says, call her, Ray. Go ahead. Ben Kai Santos, so much political ayade people. It is what it is. Politics is just a lifestyle we live every day. Pam says, I'm glad she left KUAM. How you really feel? Valerie S.A. Untalan. Rudy Magallanes is online. Damon Kaufman. Have you seen her slogan, All In? To me, that says we're wearing masks forever. Let me see. So what's that? Dennis Benzer says, Sabrina's only downfall that I can think of is the time she walked off her morning show rather than debate mask mandates. I'm sorry I missed that particular one. Ismael Velez online. I got Dan Rasal, Damon Kaufman wishing happy 100th birthday to Ms. Diaz. I got Joel Sefand, Joyanne Orut watching the show. Charlie Robeson, Carl Meyer. Good morning. All underway for the Marianas. Oh, that's good news. Carl Meyer is our guy on the Herodot, the American President line ship. Yeah. So it looks like they're leaving Tokyo and underway for the Mariana Islands. Bring me refrigerator magnet, bro.
Yes.
Tony Uggan, moment of safety. Thank you, man. Then he's got the laughing emoji here. Going to be interesting times ahead in the race for Adelupe. Yeah, absolutely. Michael Jordan McCleary is there. Henry Manglonia, classmate Nali Laurenti. Trina San Augustin is there. Ray and Mona 2023 Joe Cruz Treasure.
Oh, my God. No.
Yeah, let me hold the money.
Who else is there? David Lazard and Donamila Martinez. Sabrina just upped her integrity by leaving KUAM. All right, let's not all pile on KUAM for God's sakes. It's just media, guys. It's only media, and they got Chris is still there, right?
Yeah, yes.
Who else is there?
Yeah.
Who else works there? Do you know?
Yeah.
No. What's his name?
Yes, that guy.
They're all good.
Nestor.
Yes.
Nestor DeCanto still works there.
Yeah, the young up-and-coming reporters. They're all doing a good job.
Okay.
I like watching them.
It
reminds me of my early career. The exciting part of covering news on Guam and just getting in the mix.
Is Crystal Paco still there?
No.
She's not there anymore.
No.
What about...
but you know what? You talk about...
Issa Baza's not there anymore.
Janela?
Madeline Bordalio started her career at KUAM and moved on to be the lieutenant governor of Guam.
All started our career at KUAM.
Yeah, I did too. I did too.
Yeah,
guilty.
Yeah, I mean, because when you grow up on Guam in the 70s and you want a job in media, that was where you went because that's where they did it.
I did weather and I did early morning radio news.
Oh my
KUAM,
God! I worked at Dave Eckert
early
and
90s.
I do weekend morning radio there, and Dave Eckert would come in on the Saturday mornings and tell me which drug thug got killed, whose body was found in Nimitz Hill this morning. Every Saturday, it was the same story coming out. Anyway, 6:34 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to here. This, as I said, we get the Mike and Sabrina thing, and it will all be in front of God and everybody at 10 o'clock this morning. I don't know why they pushed it, but they were unable to do the dog and pony at the Guam Election Commission yesterday at 10. So it will instead be today at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, they will be in the studio. Tomorrow morning, yeah, we've got that. Well, at least Mike will be. I'm assuming that he's going to bring Sabrina with.
Okay.
Yeah. And just Sabrina, I don't want to get in a fight about masks.
I better clean up around here.
This is a mask-free zone. we don't like to wear masks around here, and if you do, we just kind of look at you like you're a butt kisser for the administration. You know who I'm talking about. But I'm just saying. All right, so lots to get to. We'll get a primer on the big stories and headlines now with Mana Silva Tyron. Mana, what's going on?
Well, police arrested a 41-year-old man yesterday in connection with an assault that was seen on video. The assault on a teen at the NCS Mart. The video showed the man punching and kicking the teen while he was on a bicycle. Police made the arrest. He's identified as Oliver Jason DeSoto. He was charged with suspicion of aggravated assault, child abuse, and violent and simple assault. Police say the incident occurred about 10 o'clock Monday morning. Meanwhile, the news was quick to spread yesterday. Guam's Congressman Mike San Nicolas will be running for governor and will be picking up his packet today alongside his running mate, who has been identified as veteran news personality Sabrina Salas Matanani. KUAM put out a news release yesterday confirming that Matanani has resigned from KUAM, where she was serving as managing director. Meanwhile, it's no longer required to wear a mask outdoors, according to the governor's executive order. It went into effect at midnight this morning. According to the order, businesses no longer have to impose social distancing or caps on the number of people allowed to gather. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Okay, so what needs to happen now is once we get past the Sabrina surprise, we should call it that, Sabrina surprise. Yeah. Once we get past
Sabrina
that,
surprise,
and we have to, we've got to break all of this apart and sort out a couple of things. Number one, is she the right person for the team? Now, I will say yes, out of deference and friendship. And long years of working together with her. So yes. But the other thing is, does she hurt the team? I don't think she does. I mean, some of the names that were floating around, and you were what the guy said on the Facebook yesterday. There's just anybody but Amanda, right? There were people that had real venom against. But you're not hearing that. You're not hearing that about. I'm not hearing that about Sabrina. I think some people are kind of excited. In fact, I talked to a couple of mayors last night that were excited about the prospect of watching a political outsider and what kind of gravity she'll be able to bring to the team. Right? I mean, Mike presence. Can you imagine what this is going to be like in a debate situation, and a debate that is going to be coming, and a debate that will be coming, because this is the other thing, right? Once we get past the Sabrina surprise, we are now, and we pondered it for the last several months, we are now facing a three-way race for governor. You got Felix and Tony on the Republican side, running arguably unopposed forever, right? And now we've got Mikey and Sabrina versus Lou and Josh. So what do the Republicans have to do to ensure that they are exerting some kind of gravity on this? Do you suppose in the primary that the Russians
Not again.
The Ukrainians.
Come on.
They're in on this election, Ray? I hope not.
Yeah, they're everywhere. But do you suppose now that the Republican Party of Guam, okay, we need like 20 guys to vote for Felix and Tony.
No. The Republicans will still have to
vote for.
No, the Republicans will still have to call their supporters to come and vote for them, because remember, they need to get a certain amount of votes in order to move on to the general election.
I agree. There is a minimum requirement, and we'd like to see a bunch of Republicans moving forward with them.
Yeah, in the legislature.
For the legislature, right. So I hear that, but there is speculation. What the Republicans will do, almost said Russians again, is
go vote for the one we think we can beat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what I heard was that they think the one that they can beat is Lou. So the Republicans, if they switch over, would vote for Lou and then eliminate Mikey and Sabrina, and then chew on Lou and Josh in the general election.
But there might be some strategy to that too, because then perhaps Mike would bring the votes that he brings, and then if that's the case, and if he does in fact lose the election in the general, bring the votes that he received in that and cross over to the Republican side.
Right. So the question is, does Mike really have Republican support? Does he really have the support of the Republicans, as we believe that he did coming out of into the race for Congress? You remember?
Yeah.
I mean, because it's like, wait a second, how come? Hey, where's Madeline? He beat Madeline. Right? So the ponder, if you will, what this means strategically for the guys.
I'm terrible at calling elections. I can tell you what I think might happen, but I'm always wrong.
All right, so I was at a thing at Governor Guterres' place last night. Had about 1 million Koreans, journalists, influencers, and business people from Korea there, and entertaining them. And I tell you what, among the local crowd, the non-Koreans at the party last night, that was the sole topic of discussion until Lou and Josh showed up, and then it was, hey Lou, 4 more years, be back, 4 more years for Lou, okay. And then as soon as he left. Okay, so what about Sabrina? What do you think she brings to the ticket? Anyway, 6:40 in the morning. We'll get to some of that. Dying to hear what your thoughts are. A bunch of different ways that you can get it to me because I'm looking at the Facebook Live and the YouTube Lives and whatever. I'm looking at all of those for your comments. You're welcome to call them in as well. 888-8255, 888-TALK. And we'll get around to taking care of traffic and more on the other side of these.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's Hoffaday service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
It's 6:42 in the morning. Okay, near as we can tell, everybody did morning news at KUAM at one point or another. I get Dave Eckert chimed in, said he started doing morning news
1965.
In 1965. Bob Klitsky hits me up on the signal, says, I did morning news at KUAM in 1966. And then this one here from an observant listener says, was a huge full parking lot at the old Nissan Auto City last night. Did Rose Ramsey call for a rosary? In light of Sabrina's announcement? Actually, nobody's announcement. We can only say in light of the announcement by KUAM that Sabrina is running for political office. That's as close as we got to any kind of announcement. Crystal must be blanking kittens. Now, I don't know about that. 6:43 in the morning, but yeah, I'm sure that there has been some kind of response or another. It was 6:43. I was supposed to do traffic, right? I was supposed to do the thing. All right, let me take a look at the map. Put it up on the screen. See what's going on. School's back in session. You'll see things start to busy up around Ukadu. Otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive up in Chico's looking good. Just a little bit of intersection traffic at 1 and 3 by the time you pass the mall. It should be smooth sailing into the Tumuning and Upper Tumon area. 8, 10, and 16, fairly clear right now. Route 8 looking good. Route 4 into town also looking good. Not seeing a whole lot. Big Navy and Sumai. Look at this. I can zoom in. There's nothing going on down there. What? Are they taking the day off? Is this the an Easter recovery day?
They're camping out of the GEC.
Are they? They're waiting for the action. Are they all freaked out about the Sabrina surprise? 6:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Yeah, I just realized that I can still use this thing that the candidate sent out yesterday. It says, mic drop. That's what they like to use when Mike's about to say something. A mic drop. Big announcement this morning from Congressman Mike Nicholas. That was yesterday's. They sent that in yesterday, but it's still good today. Big announcement from Mike Nicholas this morning over at the Guam Election Commission. We'll check with Cousin Troy a little bit and find out that I believe that they're going to carry that live. That was the deal yesterday. And then obviously it didn't happen because Mana was reaching out going, hey, nobody's covering this. What's going on? Mike Nicholas making a big announcement. Nobody's covering it. And that's when I sent her the word that, they changed that, moved the date. 6:45 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. What are they up to? Just trying to get you into the nicest, best-looking cars at the best prices that you are going to find anywhere. And I've just been raving over the last couple of days. I saw this ad for the new Sentra that they got out there, and I'm going, wow, I can't get over the price. Hold on a second. I'm going to see if I can get the ad up on the screen so that you can see what I'm looking at, and you will draw, I think, the same conclusion that, wow, $22,900 with everything, all of the stuff that comes in is, super electronic, super gadgeted out, super safe. All the gizmos are in place. I urge you to take a test drive. Take a look at this car, and you will say the same thing I did. There's no way that this thing is coming in at $22,900. And they'll say, yes, way it is. Try it out, go for the test drive, and ask for the great deal that they're going to put together for you at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Tracy, a down power line in Mighty. Get to it. Get the boys out there. I told you, that's all you got to do.
Tracy Power.
Tracy Power.
Yeah.
This is the GPA. Tracy Power Authority.
Yeah.
That's the way it
Caller
works.
said there was a down line.
Where?
Near Rainbow.
Near the old Rainbow and Mighty?
Yeah, in Mighty before the FHB area.
Gotta be really old to remember about the old Rainbow Market in that place. 647. They used to have this really dry fried chicken. I don't know why. I really, really liked it. It was one of those things, just take it apart, use the bones for like a toothpick. Anyway, Cousin Troy on the line. Just saw him the other day over at Linda's for Easter. How you doing there, bud?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, my most favorite, most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I love you.
I love you more.
Wait a second. Somebody is asking, is Patty jealous of Sabrina?
Oh, come on.
Cousin Troy, did you see it coming?
No. Well, a bunch of people were calling me yesterday asking me if it was this person or that person. I was like, honestly, I don't know.
Right. Here's a mistake a lot of people make about us in the media is we sound like we know what the hell we're talking about, but 99% of the time, just as clueless as everybody else. And in this case, I will fess up to it. I knew the John Ananich thing. I knew that was a red herring. I knew that was pointed in the wrong direction. Delighted to see at least one of the hater websites just ate that up with a spoon. But and then off in the background is this conversation about Sabrina. Don't know when it started. Don't know what magic words somebody like Mike Nicholas used to pry her away from a decades-long career. That's kind of interesting.
I know Sabrina. I consider her a friend. She's one of the actually few people in the media who I developed a friendship with, and I do know that she is passionate about this anti-corruption thing, and so when the speculation was rising that it was her, I felt pretty good about it, and I thought first of all, I didn't see that coming. Secondly, what a grasp, and then, but I think probably the best point of all is this is a woman with integrity, and her heart's in the right place, and she's definitely got a big brain. So I mean, why not? I mean, it's not just a why not. This is a good choice. this is a great choice, especially for Mike St. Nicholas.
I think he hit on something, and it certainly there's a lot of upside and not much by way of downside, right? I can't think of anything approaching a scandal that she might have been a part of. She does not hurt the party, and I think any lack of experience in the political realm, I think, makes her that much more approachable to some people because as a political outsider.
I would think so, and if you look at this team right now versus the other teams, and this is really not to take away from, this is not to talk smack about the other teams, but it's a comparison. And you look at it, Mike St. Nicholas and Sabrina Salas Nastanani didn't grow up rich. They're just a hometown boy and a hometown girl. I think Sabrina is from Agate and Tamuning, and Mike is from like the inside of Talafofo. I think there's just these are just regular people who stepped up to public service, and it's a nice thing to see,
What do you suppose the strategy is moving forward? I mean, Felix and Tony are off by themselves, and conventional wisdom is if somebody splits the party, the unsplit party generally will win. Is this an automatic win now for Felix and Tony? And how do you suppose this will change the outcome of the primary election? The speculation is that it's tough to be an incumbent around here. We've had 2 lousy years of COVID-19 lockdowns, mandates, arguably maybe never saved anybody as much as caused a lot of people grief, and the uncertainty and maybe the administration could have done more to provide a certain amount of stability and certainty as we move through the COVID-19 thing. As that hurts them, does that and what Mike St. Nicholas has been able to achieve in Washington, D.C., does that help them? How do we want to call the primary in 130 days?
I don't know anyone with better political instincts than Mike St. Nicholas. There have been a couple of times when I was like, oh, Mike is going to implode on this issue. Like, there's just no way he's going to, and he always pulls it off. And so, never discount Mike St. Nicholas and his ability to really pull something off. And he's amazingly popular. I mean, aside from his popularity, right? And I think his popularity is attributable not to the fact that he's likable, but because of his results.
Yeah.
So when you append his his popularity to the results, it makes for one hell of an argument as to why voters would want him to be the governor, is because he will produce. Because he has produced in every position that they've elected him to be. And he's come across as humble, as not some money-grubbing, greedy person. I mean, he has all of the makings of just someone who's going to pull off this election in a big way, I think. And then you add to this, this political unknown but household name, Sabrina Salas Nastanani, and I just think the other teams are going to have a hard time.
To what degree do you suppose the other teams are going to drag out the allegations of corruption inside Mike's campaign, the fiscal issues that he has had, other conversations about things that are alleged to have taken place with Gita Properties, and then there's the peccadillos that he's been accused of. Do you suppose they're going to ride that forever?
Absolutely. I think one thing that they're going to have to deal with is the likelihood that Mike St. Nicholas will probably or likely never do the same thing to them during this campaign. And so, when you're running a negative campaign, you run the risk of things sort of turning. I mean, you'll have some results. You'll get some people to turn against Mike St. Nicholas by running that negative stuff. But at some point, there's a switch in the dial where it turns back on you. And because Mike St. Nicholas, if you look at the campaign against Robert Underwood and all of the attacks that he's weathered during his senatorial campaign by the Calvo administration, you see that he actually doesn't hit back, and that's difficult when you're facing a negative campaign. Normally, people at least defend themselves, and then that provides the fodder to continue the negativity. But Mike Nicholas has never really done that, and so it becomes difficult to run a negative campaign against him.
Yeah, because he's simply not reacting to it the way they hope he would. 6:55 in the morning. I missed the rest of Candid yesterday. How did Harvey Egna do?
He did very well. He's a very impressive person.
Smart guy, listens to us all the time. That's how I know he's smart.
Super smart. Super smart. Oh yeah. He loves your show, and yeah. And I love him for it. He's got my vote.
Well, come by. I've still got his petitions in the front office if you want to. If you haven't signed one already, or
I signed it.
You signed it yesterday. And
all signed it, yeah.
now, how did Jane Flores do? Did you wear your MAGA hat? Did you trigger her?
So Johnny did that show. So what Johnny and I have a different opinion on this one. I'm pro-life. She's pro-choice. And so we set out to have these conversations, and she'll take the choicers and I'll take the lifers. And just have what we don't want to do is have everyone in the same room, because that's just not constructive at all. But I disagree with their conversation last night. But I mean, there's no changing my mind on my position. So what does that matter, right?
Well, then we applaud you for the balance. Jose says the Jane Flores interview was difficult to hear. Disappointed that they laughed about an aborted fetus joke.
Yeah, and so, there are a lot of things that they discussed that I didn't agree with. And I think that's just to be expected in any of these debates. The one thing I found interesting was Jane Flores kept saying that this is not a pro-life bill. It does nothing to advance the pro-life movement. People who are pro-life should actually not like this bill, because all it is a pro-civil litigation bill. And I thought that was a spin on it, because, I mean, when you think about this Bill 291 through and through, what it really does is further restricts access to abortion in the event, an elective abortion doctor does come to Guam. But I think if this bill passes, it would likely prevent an abortion.
It's already happening by wire. I'll send you some data that I've got where you've got somebody here in the 96910 that's getting abortion medication from the area code 808. 6:57 in the morning. Can you confirm whether Tyler has resigned from KUAM to become the spokesperson for Felix and Tony?
I don't know. That was the first. I heard it first on 93.3 FM The Point.
That's because we got it from that from the Hate website. So we'll see what we can find out this morning. Cousin Troy, always a delight talking with you. Who's going to be on TV today?
The motion to dismiss that they're hearing in the against the articles of impeachment. That happens at 10 a.m. We're going to be live or streaming at the same time the Mike Nicholas news conference. So it's going to be a very busy morning for us. But also, may I, and I'm pretty sure Mana has given you the same advice, never read that trashy stuff.
No, it's a hate site, and I'm trying to figure out who's behind it, if for no other reason, because I want John Ananich to lawyer up and sue the pants off of him.
I'll send you a picture on the meme machine. The only sticker I have right now on my car, on my Jeep, is an Ananich for Senator sticker, and I've had it since the last election. I've been waiting for him to pack for. And when I saw all that stuff against him, I thought, Jesus, this is too much, for crying out loud, just too much.
Well, all under the assumption that he was going to be the real object of their ire, which is Mike Nicholas. My God, Mike, if you'd have signed the Unity Pledge, there'd be one less hate website on Guam. 650. You'd have just Julian Jensen coming up with more memes about Chris Duenas.
But they've done it to everyone who they thought was going to be Mike Nicholas's running mate. And as soon as the ink settled on the Sabrina thing, they already started reaching on her.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goodness.
Well, but I think we know who it is, and it obviously an indication of just how desperate some of the opposition is. 6:59 and change.
Coming out of the Leon Guerrero campaign. I mean, let's just call it for what it is. This is coming out of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio campaign, because they know what the poll numbers show, and they're definitely afraid of Mike Nicholas running. That's all it is.
See, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you for saying it.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying it for them. All right, guys, you have a great morning. I'll see you on television about 10 o'clock with Congressman Mike Nicholas and Sabrina Salas as they pick up their paperwork at the Election Commission.
Good morning, and I love you, my favorite, the most beautiful
I love you
cousin in
too.
the whole wide world.
I love you so much.
All right, Tim, with all of that, I'm sorry we're not going to be able to get to your call. You're welcome to call back after Fox News on the other side of all of this. Montesilva Tyrant and Jerry Roberts with the Extra Point.
An order ending masks on public transportation. I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. A federal judge in Florida today voiding the federal requirement that passengers wear masks on airplanes, trains, subways, and buses. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
So this is obviously a disappointing decision. The CDC continues recommending wearing a mask in public transit.
The requirement was set to expire today, but was extended until early May by the CDC, which wanted to study the impacts of the Omicron coronavirus BA.2 subvariants. President Volodymyr Zelensky has formally submitted Ukraine's answers to a questionnaire from the European Union. The move comes as Russia widens its attacks in Ukraine. The U.S. and South Korea pledging a strong response to North Korea's recent string of missile tests.
Diplomats in Washington and Seoul remain open to talks with North Korea, but are also agreeing on a strong response to what officials call destabilizing behavior from Kim Jong-un's regime. North Korea has fired at least 13 weapons tests this year, and concerns are growing of a new nuclear test. This weekend, Pyongyang said it tested a new tactical guided weapon. Analysts believe it is likely a short-range ballistic missile. U.S. offers have focused on easing sanctions in return for North Korea abandoning its nuclear program. Those negotiations have been stalled since 2019.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Kenyans coming in first in the men's and women's division of today's Boston Marathon.
Evans Chibet won the race in a time of 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 51 seconds. For the second year in a row, a Kenyan won the women's race. Perez Jepchirchir, who won the Olympics gold medal in Tokyo last summer, and last year's New York City Marathon, won a sprint to the finish line at Boylston Street in Boston. Her race time, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 2 seconds.
Fox's Jared Max. Stocks ending the day in negative territory. America's listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
Tens of millions of Americans are expected to file last-minute returns before tonight's tax deadline hits. Experts say electronic filing of your taxes improves accuracy and speeds up payment of any refund you're due. Easter turned deadly in a Miami area home.
At least one of 4 people shot inside a Miami-Dade County, Florida house on Sunday is now dead, and others are recovering from injuries. The commotion drew the attention of neighbors.
I heard gunshots. I heard a guy yelling, saying, "Oh, I got shot." And I heard the commotion of everybody yelling. Then I saw when they were dragging him out.
Those neighbors gathered to watch EMTs load victims onto stretchers. They say they didn't know the residents of the home. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Authorities in Chicago discovered 3 bodies from waterways in just under 24 hours.
Police in Chicago say the body of a male was recovered Saturday morning from Lake Michigan. The same day, 2 women were later found dead hours apart in separate areas of the Chicago River. All 3 deaths are under investigation and autopsies are planned. One of the women has been identified as 80-year-old Yuette Sang. The other 2 identities have not yet been released. And police right now are not saying that the 2 river cases are related. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Food and Drug Administration is investigating Lucky Charms cereal after dozens of customers complained of illness after eating it. The FDA has gotten more than 100 complaints about the cereal so far this year. People had posted to food safety websites complaining of nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting after eating Lucky Charms. Maker General Mills says it's aware of the reports and takes them seriously, but it says its own investigation has turned up no evidence that customers have been sickened by its cereal. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Hafaday, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. This PSA this morning, north and southbound traffic on Route 8 is being closed off because of a power line that we told you about a little bit earlier. So if you're heading that area, expect some traffic delays as you will probably be rerouted. The news was quick to spread yesterday afternoon. Guam Congressman Mike Nicholas has announced a running mate, or will be announcing a running mate. And already the gubernatorial race is picking up some steam. Veteran news personality Sabrina Salas Matanani, it was confirmed, will be running alongside St. Nicholas in his bid for governor in this year's election. The team will pick up their candidate packet this morning at the Guam Election Commission. Of course, the media is invited to attend and ask questions of the media, the candidates rather. Candidate News will be on the scene and will be airing that live on their channel. Meanwhile, the Republican gubernatorial team will be opening their headquarters this weekend and moving into their campaign, moving that full speed ahead. The team of Camacho and Ada will hold a grand opening. It'll be on Sunday at the Orlean Plaza. The public is invited, and that will be on April 24th from 2 to 4 p.m. Elsewhere in the news, the Post is reporting this morning, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Director Teresa Ariola said her agency has fully cooperated with the Civil Service Commission on a mini-hatch complaint that was lodged by a former employee, and they say they will continue to cooperate as the investigation goes forward. And a former employee, as we told you yesterday, lodged a complaint against the agency and employees after she was told to purchase a campaign ticket for the Lou and Josh campaign. She alleged her job was threatened because she refused to purchase the $25 ticket to King's Restaurant. Director Ariola in the Post says that Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center was made aware of the complaint through a notice from the CSC by the former employee several weeks ago. And while the case has been reviewed by the CSC, they refuse to comment any further because it is under investigation. Well, it's no longer required to wear masks outdoors, according to the governor's executive order that went into effect at midnight. According to the order, businesses will also no longer have to impose social distancing or caps on the number of people allowed to gather. The island's indoor mask mandate is the final restriction to be phased out, the governor stating that on May 3rd, if the island continues to sustain low rates of transmission and hospitalizations, well, individuals will no longer be required to wear masks indoor public settings. Well, more news right after this.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
A 41-year-old man was arrested in connection with an assault on a teen at the NCS Mart yesterday. The attack occurred in the parking lot of that store in Dededo, where the store's video surveillance camera captured the violence. The video went viral yesterday. Police were called to the scene about 10 in the morning. The video showed the man kicking and punching the boy while he was on the ground, and then walks away, and the boy is seen lying on his back crying. Now, the victim had bruises to his face. The boy's parents, however, didn't or declined medical attention. The 41-year-old man, identified as Oliver Jason DeSoto, was arrested on charges of suspicion of aggravated assault and child abuse and other charges. He was confined at the Department of Corrections, and police haven't given too many details into yesterday's early morning accident, but one man was said to be injured in that crash. It snarled traffic in Jigo for a bit yesterday. The man was taken to the hospital. His condition is not known this morning. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Interesting article I'm reading out of Pennsylvania, but a similar article working in Hawaii right now about the correlation between health and the economy. And this says that correlation between health and the economy scores is essentially zero, which suggests that states that withdrew the most from economic activity did not significantly improve health by doing so. The economic pain of lockdown and restrictive activity, in other words, did not lead to fewer deaths. States that remained open and more permissible were not necessarily the best in health outcomes either. Florida, which notably rejected lockdown policies before other states, still only had average results in health. It says there is no clear pattern in which states had high and low mortality, although we note one major study from Rand Corporation researchers found that lockdowns increased all-cause mortality to a statistically significant extent. The authors wrote, whether or not political leaders can be considered responsible for mortality outcomes is therefore unclear, although advocates of a focused protection strategy have suggested that sheltering the high risk could reduce overall mortality as opposed to keeping everybody in the same rooms. What they did actually find, some of the other things that they found in this, while different states had different policies, the authors noted that states with higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and elderly had higher pandemic mortality rates. States with more health problems and older populations faced a more difficult problem policy-wise than other states did. It is what we said it was going to be. It's going to be going after unhealthy older people, and everybody else should have been left to go to work every day, continue manufacturing, continue transportation, continue shipping. The ultimate answer, when it finally comes down to what did we learn after the pandemic, it's going to be that the lockdowns saved nobody. Isolated showers in today's forecast. Mostly sunny skies. Highs near 87 degrees. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20 miles an hour. Expected partly cloudy skies overnight. Low 75. Northeast winds up to about 13 miles an hour. Tomorrow, even more by way of winds. 21, 22 mile an hour winds starting tomorrow. Mostly sunny in the forecast. Highs near 88 degrees. Do you want to know why the weather is so nice? Because there's nothing in the neighborhood. Look at this. Here's the weather map for satellite imagery for Guam and the Mariana Islands, and there is nothing out there that's going to be harassing us. Maybe some light clouds bringing some light rains, but I'm not expecting any kind of weather like we had early yesterday. And then it just turned into hot and muggy. Do you remember that? Makes the beer taste better, though, I got to say. Heat index today about 92 degrees. Sunrise at 6:06, and sunset tonight will be at 6:34. Hashtag tell the others.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
It's 7:14 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home. Carl is driving the Herodot out to Guam from Tokyo Harbor, so it should be pulling into the Mariana Islands sometime very, very soon. Just FYI, maybe if you got something on the boat now, you know it's headed your way. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. Absolutely loving the job of helping people through some of their real estate moments. And if you are just doing your very first ever forays into the world of real estate, it's nice to have a friend. And Ron and Kim at Security Title are nice friends.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
All right, looking to see if there's anything interesting happening on the economic front. You looking for a job? You looking for something? There's no.
Oh.
No, Mana.
Vaccinated, ready for hire.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm at a party at Uncle Carl's house last night.
He's got something for me.
Zillion. Well, yeah. But Lieutenant Governor. That was the scuttle. It was all Sabrina or, hey, Ray, is Mana running? And my answer is always, she didn't tell me she was running the first time that she ran for political office.
I'm good at keeping secrets.
We all kind of found out at the same time, if you know what I mean. So don't ask me about any of her plans. All I can say is that you can now, what is it, today or tomorrow? Today is the first day that you can
file today.
turn in your packet, right? So if you've already picked one up and you're ready to go, all the signatures, all of the paperwork ready to go, then today's the day to go and get all of that stuff done. All right. We'll take a quick look at what's happening in the on the numbers. I don't have the TAPIS. I'll get that for you in just a second. S&P 500 off by less than a point at 43.91. That's still down. NASDAQ at minus 18.72. That closed at 13,332. Dow Jones Industrial Average at 34,411. Of the markets, they're the big loser, but it looks flat. They only lost about 40 points. FTSE and the after-hours markets are beginning to churn. Twitter, Netgear, and others are looking really, really good in after-hours trading. And so what do you got? FTSE is up by 35. Nikkei down by 293. Hang Seng up by 143. Shanghai Index is down. VIX is down. And the DAX is up by 87.41. Big winners on the NASDAQ. Well, S&P 500, like I said, Twitter looking good right now. 7.4% worth of growth there. I wonder if that's just all of the speculation on what is going to be happening with the Elon Musk. And is it a hostile takeover yet? Has he chewed on the poison pill that they've sent over, that the board sent over? We got Synchrony Finance, Valero Energy, Phillips 66, and Coterra Energy. It's interesting where oil is going these days. You see the value of some of these guys going up. Big winner on NASDAQ, Lam Research, Microchip Tech, NVIDIA, Analog Devices, and Broadcom. Big winners on the Dow include Goldman Sachs, Intel, JP Morgan, American Express, and Chevron Corporation. Who's at the bottom? Walt Disney Corporation. Down by 2%. Home Depot off by 1.4%. It's because I haven't gone shopping lately. Nike off by 1.3% and Salesforce.com off by 1.26%. Looking at the commodities. Ooh, I don't like this one here. West Texas crude trading at $107.59 today. Gold at $1,982. Real Joe, can I have a Bitcoin number, please?
40,791.
And may I have some quippy analysis on what's happening with Bitcoin, what that means to me?
It's siphoning, Ray. There's siphoning and wickering happening.
Wickering?
Wickering.
Yeah, wicker.
My guy tells me that there's going to be some major moves in the next few weeks.
Okay, and the number for TAPIS is still $111.60 for TAPIS crude. Last time we looked, it was up by almost $3.50. Real Joe making Jerry Roberts smile here this morning. Jerry, smile. Dave Eckert's listening in Vegas.
Dave Eckert,
who did wait.
Who is often siphoning and wickering.
But usually he waits until the news is over before he starts doing some of that stuff. 7:18 in the morning. It got me thinking about
Hey,
everybody.
Dave, how you doing?
Everybody kind of got a start in media on Guam one way or another over at KUAM. I did radio and some news and every once in a while over at KUAM. Back in the day, Mana did weather. He was a weather girl at KUAM.
Weather, radio, and TV news.
Jerry Roberts, the original Batman, J.Q. Fanihi back in the day. You'd worked there before, though, hadn't you? You'd worked at KUM briefly before that, before you got to be famous for doing the JQ thing?
Years and years before.
Dave Eckert, 1965, 1966. Bob Klitsky did radio news back there.
Real Joe did radio over there.
Real Joe, you were the general manager for a while, weren't you?
I did everything over there, man.
No,
Yeah.
no, a lot of people. No, this has got to be said. This is one of those places, and as it should be, right? Radio, television, everything under one roof. And the beauty of the place was, you could, if you wanted to, know everybody's job. You could do, I mean, the only thing that I never did there was traffic, because Patty Fausto did that. And as far as I was concerned, between her and, oh, golly, what was the name of the lady in the back?
Carol Westling.
Carol Westling. Between those two, they were the only ones on Guam that knew the dark science that was radio traffic and billing, right? But otherwise, I could do it. There was a time where I was the only guy in the building that knew how to turn the generator on and switch it from generator to island power and back and forth. And it was kind of fun to know all of those different things. You know how to switch from the big 10,000 kilowatt transmitter in the back to the 1,000 kilowatt.
Oh, you weren't the only one who knew how to do that. I could do that too.
Well, yeah, as I said, for a time, I was the only one because I was the only one because you went to go work at K57 with everybody.
But even before that, I mean, it was simple. When the 10,000 watt transmitter was arcing the blue light because it wasn't grounded, okay, you made sure you took the broomstick out and you hit it the right way, and then you turned on the 1,000 watt transmitter and you waited to see if it went on fire or not. And if it went on fire, you weren't working that day.
You were engineers, weren't you?
That's how it went.
Yeah, well, then back in those days, you need a little bit of technical experience, and I remember looking at the pretty blue lights, going, "There's a fuse in here, right?" And the guy looked at me and says, "What are you talking about?" No. I said, okay.
Don't touch that.
One hand behind my back and a broomstick in the other. You're absolutely right. 7:21 in the morning. So there we go with all the numbers that you need to hear and figure out. But I was talking about maybe there's a job for you out there. Maybe there's a role that you'd like. Now, one of the stories, I'll tell you this a little bit later on, is there is a lot of tutoring going on. Have you ever seen COVID-19?
Not so fast.
I think in the world of
tutor?
In the world of tutoring, I think there would be an expectation for some kind of positive results in the kids' grades. So I don't know about that, but they're saying now that there are a lot more people that have decided COVID-19, online learning, all of that's crap. And to tell you what, I want to do homeschool, but I don't want to homeschool, so I'm going to put my kid in front of a tutor. And a tutor in front of 4 or 5 or 6 kids, right?
And it's real important, I'm finding, for high schoolers who want to do better in their SATs and as they move into college.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the tutor really gets them prepared for those college.
If you have educational skills, that might be a thing. Put a shingle out there, get a business license. What do? I'm a tutor. How many kids can you take? Give me 5 or 6, and I will operate school out of the house.
There you go.
And make a whole lot more money and not have to deal with.
It's not cheap. Yeah, it isn't cheep.
Oh yeah, that's the point. It's like that guy you got painting your house for $80 an hour. What?
But an hour a day.
But the teacher to student ratio can't be beat.
No, that is the thing. That's part of it, and you don't have to worry about unions or working with the GDOE or any of that stuff. A New York woman, here's another job opportunity, says she made about $150,000 last year in her job, which is suggesting baby names to expecting parents. Taylor Humphrey helps name more than 100 kids a year. The cost of her service ranged from $1,500, which gets the client a one-on-one phone call with Humphrey, all the way up to $10,000. That includes options much more personal to the parents. Humphrey, 33, runs a TikTok account under the name What's in a Baby Name DOULA. On the account, she responds to questions sent in by users and offers names for babies for absolutely free.
Joe could do that. He'd name all the babies after some mafia leader.
That's possible.
Right?
Yeah, Ruckus costed me $5.
All your kids sound like they're in the mafia.
Raphael, Donatello, Giancarlo, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. When we were trying to figure out what Mayumi's name was going to be, because we were launching into a couple of different options. One of them was we wanted to make it a name that her Japanese relatives couldn't pronounce, just for fun. But then we decided we weren't going to be moving off in that direction. So
Lauren. Lauren, which always comes out Roland. It doesn't matter where you happen to be. If you are a Japanese person, go ahead. Just try to say the name Lauren. Go ahead. I'll wait. But anyway, a bunch of people, and I think you gave us an idea, and that was watch the credits in the movies. We'll just play a movie and get to the point where there's credits rolling, and then you see all kinds of different names, and maybe some ideas will pop up there.
What movie did you watch?
7:24 in the morning. Porky's, time for Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Just a reminder, it's Tuesday on Guam, and that means you get 2 times Jerry Roberts. Today, the work zone in the Guam Daily Post, Breaking Down Anger Part 2 is the theme, and he'll finish up what he started last week in the Guam Daily Post.
Yes,
but
sir.
Right now, it is today's Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Once in a while, you meet up with someone who has ideas that change the way you see things. Many years ago, I met such a person after I'd been fired from a job. What he said gave me a different view of what a manager could be and should be, and that's coming next on the Extra Point.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I've told this story a few times of being fired from a job because I wouldn't lie to a client about a deal my boss made that violated an existing agreement. A couple of nights later, I'm coming into my gated building to get to the front entrance, and at the same time, one of my neighbors was walking up. Truth be told, we'd said almost nothing to each other in the year I'd lived there. "Hi, how you doing?" "Fine, how about you?" That took place about 3 times. That's like male conversation, male bonding. He always wore a suit and carried a briefcase, so I figured he was a corporate manager of something or other. So we're at the entrance, and he says, "How are things?" For some reason, I said, "Could be better. I just lost a job," and that led him to inviting me over to dinner with him and his wife. His name was Marco, and both of those folks were from Greece. They got married in college and came to America in the 1960s, had raised a family, and were nearing retirement. And they asked about my history. I told them about Guam and radio and things. And eventually we got to the part where I had this management job and didn't see eye to eye with the owner, refused to lie for him, and got tossed out. Marco wanted to know how the conversation went between me and the owner before I took the job. I told him the owner wasn't involved in the hiring process. One of his managers from another city had interviewed me, and a few days later called me to offer me the position. And Marco said that was the first mistake, that the owner and I had no personal contact, no personal connection in advance of our first meeting, which would take place a few weeks later. He then asked why I was hired, and I rattled off a list of things that probably would have been on a job description if I had such a thing. Marco laughed and said, "No, that's a list of tasks on a to-do list. Why were you hired?" Well, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what he was looking for me to say. So there was this pause in the action, and what he offered next changed how I viewed management overall. Every manager has a list of things to do, he said, but their role is greater, even if the boss doesn't understand that or say that to them. He explained that in his first 15 years as a manager, he didn't understand it until a CEO took him aside and said he was there to do all of those things on the list and see to it that the department operated at a profit, but the real reason for managing was more. He was there to grow the talent he had on the team and make people ready to move into greater responsibility, greater opportunities. As a manager, he was there to create new managers. Marco said when he got a hold of that image of why he was a manager, it changed him as a person and gave his job deeper meaning. He wasn't there only for the purpose of helping to move widgets out the door more efficiently. He was there to help build careers while filling jobs for a growing company. In every job he'd moved to after that, he always sought out the top leader, either the owner or the CEO, and asked him or her why he was hired. And what did the boss really want him to do? He said those questions always led to interesting discussions and planted the seeds for better relationships with the manager. By the way, Marco told me that he thought part of the manager's job is to always grow talent, or the CEO probably doesn't really understand his or her job. That said, it could be to expand the department or to recapture business lost to a competitor, maybe to open a new market, or maybe just help veteran workers through periods of change. What's beyond your daily, weekly, monthly to-do lists? Why else are you there? If you've never had this kind of conversation with your boss, maybe now, maybe today is a good time for it. Just something to think about. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, 7:30 in the morning. While the commercial was playing, it became very obvious that Jerry Roberts has missed most of yesterday's news. Sabrina Salas is no longer with KUAM. She has did not make the announcement herself. Pacific Telestations took the opportunity upon hearing that she was looking for something else. Not quite getting fired, but I'll read you what it was that they sent out yesterday. Mind you, now after 25 years of
25
service, yes, to the Pacific Telestations, they send out a news release. After 25 years at KUAM Communications, Sabrina Salas Montanani is departing the company to pursue political aspirations. During her time as a reporter, news director, and managing director of local productions, Sabrina has worked hand-in-hand with our team to garner several awards for journalism and produced many groundbreaking entertainment programs through the years. We thank Sabrina for all of her contributions to our news organizations and wish her well on this next chapter of her life as she pursues political aspirations. She got the Twitter version of the, I'm sorry, she no longer works here, is the deal. The interesting that was the announcement that was made yesterday that now has linked her to Congressman Mike Sinicholas's campaign.
And there's an announcement coming from him, you say, this morning at 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock this morning, they will be at the Guam Election Commission to pick up their paperwork for governor in the Democratic Party, and at that time, I think he will officially name her as, state that he is running for governor and officially name her as the running mate. So that's where we all are here today, now looking at a three-way race for governor in 2022. What do you think?
I think he waited too long.
You think maybe if the shine's off the apple, it's been hanging too long? On a tree too long?
If there was nobody, an entrenched governor already in place and having already got the war chest going and essentially been running campaign ads now for months, and using all these federal dollars, for the purposes of being reelected,
with the grandkid in the new ad.
Well, okay, so without all that, I mean, it's just kind of late in the game. It's April. We're talking August. So it's May essentially. So when you're dealing with
130 days between now and the primary.
Now, unless he's a smart guy, maybe he feels that. He's already got a lot of votes, and he doesn't need much time. And in that short period of time, he'll be able to come in and make a big wave and take it.
All right. Missing from this conversation is any research whatsoever. I have not seen any gubernatorial research. I haven't seen anything on Felix versus Lou. I've not seen anything on Lou versus Mike.
No.
So absent any of that, it might be just
opinion
that
research now. Who would be the one?
I saw Rochelle Merrill's name on the Facebook Live here this morning. Was going to do a shout out to her and see if maybe Jay might be doing something. Now, Mana indicated that she heard that there was research coming out of Hawaii.
Yeah, 808 number that's calling people randomly and doing the survey. But apparently, it sounds like they're leaning more toward the Democratic ticket.
Because what we heard was they ask you, are you a registered voter? Yes, you are. Are you gender, male, female, other, X? Are you in this age group, whatever? And then it says, are you voting Republican or Democrat? And if you say you're voting Republican, and that concludes our call. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Drive carefully and good night. So they're obviously somebody conducting some kind of research that is targeted at Democratic voters. Although in the primary, a reminder that Republicans can cross over at will if they only need to worry about Felix and Tony getting in. There's a handful of the diehards will vote for them. Everybody else.
Oh no, they can't cross
vote.
over. They can only vote on one side of the ticket.
They can only vote on one side of the ticket.
But Felix's voters don't have to worry about.
So
they do, because
in
the
primary?
Republicans do need to meet a certain amount of votes in order to move on to the
But
general.
they're going to get that. I mean, that's a given. They never ever worry about that. But will the whisper campaign go out amongst Republicans to vote for who they believe to be the weaker of the candidates? Now, some say that never happens. Some say it happens at every damn election we've ever had on Guam. So the speculation is out there, and it just gets sexier when you've got that third guy in the race.
Who would be the weaker of the two candidates?
According
the two Democrats.
According to guys that I talked to when this started up yesterday, they believe that the Republicans will go and support Lou in the primary. And then go back and support Felix and Tony in the general election, and then beat Lou. They think that she's vulnerable and she would be the easier of the team to beat.
One thing's for sure, that there is no love lost between the Leon Guerrero side and the San Nicolas side. So at the culmination of that, whoever wins in August, those votes are up for grabs. Easily.
7:35 in the morning. Going to be a whole bunch of marketing going on soon, along with a whole bunch of research as well. Maybe it's time. I haven't put up a poll at the point.gu in an awful long time. Maybe it's time today to do something like that. 130 days to the primary election. Who do you think is going to win, Lou and Josh or Mike and Sabrina? 7:35 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, and time again for local news and headlines. Montecillo Tyrant's here in the studio, and she is being brought to you by Burger King. 33 years. You can help them celebrate with the Whopper Melts, a spicy one, a bacony one, and a regular Whopper Melt. I've had all of them, and they're all delightful. But if I had my way, I think I'd stick with the spicy ones. There's something about a burger with jalapeno chips in it. 7:30 News also brought to you by our friends Lolita Cammett and everybody over at Half a Day Realty. Give her a jingle, 688-6743. Principal broker Joe D. Duenas. Havamana, what happened?
Well, the announcement came yesterday that Congressman Mike St. Nicholas will be picking up his packet at the Guam Election Commission. That's going to happen at 10 o'clock this morning, where he will be joined by his running mate. It is reported that veteran news personality Sabrina Salas Matanani will be running alongside St. Nicholas as his lieutenant governor candidate. The team will pick up their packet at 10 o'clock this morning. The media will be invited to attend and ask questions of the candidates. It's no longer required to wear masks outdoors, according to the governor's executive order that went into effect at midnight. According to the order, businesses no longer have to impose social distancing or caps on the number of people allowed to gather. The governor's eyeing May 3rd as a date that she could be lifting the requirement to wear your mask indoors. Meanwhile, the Guam Police Department did make an arrest of a 41-year-old man in connection with a brutal assault of a teen outside of the NCS Mart. The child was seen on his bike when he was assaulted by the individual. The 41-year-old man was booked and confined at the Department of Corrections. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right. Now, we got mask mandate that has been lifted for Guam for everybody that wears them outdoors. And those are those are the deep drinkers of the Kool-Aid, if you ask me. They're not guys that, I forgot it. There's people literally walking around with masks on their face all the time. And then there is another one that is the federal mask mandate for public transportation. And a federal judge in Florida says Biden administration's COVID-19 mandate exceeds the CDC authority. I don't know where this was, months ago. Federal judge there declared the Biden administration's COVID-19 mask mandate for public transportation is unlawful, invalidating a regulation that required travelers in the U.S. to wear masks on airplanes, trains, taxis, buses, and other forms of transportation. Now, my guess is all of this is so new that anybody climbing on an airplane today is probably better keep that mask handy, because the other part is it's not just a federal mandate for this. The airlines themselves can make their own rules for transportation and what their mandates are. And if they feel like they want you to wear a mask on their airplane, if you want to get from point A to point B, you're going to wear a mask. It's 7:38 in the morning, and the Ray Gibson Show will take a look at what's happening on your roadways. By the way, for those of you that were worried about going through the old Rainbow Market up in Mighty, Tracy, the team from the TPA, Tracy's Power Authority, went there, got it all picked up, and the police have opened up that street for good. Now, be right back.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts, now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Aganya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
One of these days, why don't you give me the link for your traffic cams at your house so I can see what it is. Apparently, there's a chicken. Stop the music. Stop the music for just
crossing the road.
No. Everybody's got something that's going to tick them off, right? You know, in some neighborhoods like the NCS place, you got thugs walking around kicking kids off bicycles. In other places, you know, it's my buddy Mark's place where he lives like in town, and he's got feral pigs. There's stray dogs all over the place. But my big deal at the house these days is there's a chicken, and I don't know whose house this chicken belongs to, but he's just
it'll tear up your yard.
It's tearing up the yard.
Well, this
and
guy
I like my yard.
This one is kind of a tame chicken. It belongs to my neighbors, so if you're listening, well, it'll come over.
It poops in your driveway?
Well, no, it's not so much the poop. It digs up the yard, but it'll eat. The chickens will eat your peppers and dig into your fruit. Oh my God!
Yeah.
So it's there, and I can't. Telling it to shoo.
Here's the thing, and my buddy Ray Lynette might be able to help me out.
Oh no, Ray!
I need a pellet gun. I need a pellet gun.
Shoot.
Yes, I do. I want to shoot them.
Just catch it and eat it.
Wait, no, and they start. This is the other thing. Now you've resurrected this conversation about it. The chicken in my head. I take a nap. I'm a napper. I get a nap every day. I get home and make maybe a sandwich or a soup or something like that, and then I'll go to the bedroom and I'll lay down. I like to lay down. The room is still cool, so I don't bother turning on the air conditioner. And right outside the window to the house, I can hear the chickens start. And it's chickens plural. And there's at least one cock-a-doodle-doo, then there's a couple of hens in there, and they're always making all this racket. And all I can think of, I channeled my dead grandfather. Daddy was another guy that took a nap, and he did the same thing. And in the bedroom had louvered windows and a screen. And there was a hole that was poked in the screen. No, the hole was poked in the screen so he could stick the barrel of his pellet gun out and shoot the damn chickens. And I'm thinking I might need to end up doing the same thing as well. And I got that spot. I'm going to make a little blind. I'm like a hunter's blind in the backyard. And I'm just going to sit there. I'm going to have beer over here and I'm a pellet gun over there. And I'm just going to look for that chicken. As soon as it comes into the yard, that's it. Pow, feathers everywhere. Sorry, I had to get that off.
Now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I don't know why. It's hard to take up all the traffic time for this, but yeah. All right, let me get to the traffic. It's ugly out there. Route 8. It's dogging out traffic all the way from around Happy Mart area. Into all of the usual stop-and-go spots, so expect some delays out there. There might still be a little bit of cleanup that needs to get done over the intersection by Rainbow, but otherwise it's busy. Everybody went from Route 8 trying to escape that to Roy T. Damien, and then you get to that four-way stop over by the church, and you just wait because nobody is going to let you in on that cross. One of these, once upon a time, back in a long, long time ago, they made that a four-way stop. And I think there was a bloody revolution. I think people went out there and actually tore the signs down with their 4x4s. We've got a little bit of traffic coming in on Route 4 into the downtown Agutnia area. Expect some delays. It looks like it doesn't look like there's accidents. It just looks like there's a whole lot of people that are taking their sweet time getting off the intersections. Traffic down at Sumai and Big Navy also running a little bit busy. At 7:43, there's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Okay, 7:44 in the morning portion of the program brought to you by my friends over at Chili's, second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. Support local, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to love the food, and you're going to love the deals they put together. They've got this new one. It's a $15 meal deal. You mix and match. You got 3-course meals. It starts with soup, salad, or chips and salsa. Then you try to decide what it is that you want for your main course. Ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon, ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course at Chili's. More life and great value happens there. Hey, Real Joe, what's that called when like out of the blue you get some really hotness woman that is digging on like a picture that you posted on Instagram or Facebook or something like that, and then before too much longer they ask you for your like personal telephone number and social security and your mother's maiden name? Well, there's a name for that. Do you know what that is?
It's a man ray from Nigeria.
It's a guy.
It's called fishing.
Is it fishing?
Is that what it's called?
All right. So can I use your I'm use your phone number?
Use mine.
Oh my goodness!
What?
Do you need my?
I gotta. There's
my
an image
CCV
that
number?
you could use. Send to you.
You need my CCV number.
And that little CV whatever number on the back of your credit card. Yeah, I'd like to get one of those as well. 7:46 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Joe Sanchez is coming into the program here this morning. Joe Sanchez is a guy generally in charge of many things with the Department of Education. We got into a conversation last week on the subject of standard-based grading and things like that. Started with moms and folks on the program and the Facebook Live, and Joe chimes in and says, maybe I need to call in and clarify. We had a great conversation. It was and found somebody that talks even faster than me and Daphne Shimizu. So we're going to have him actually in studio a little bit later on this morning. So if you've got questions about all of those things, he knows a thing or two about curriculum and facilities and all of that. So I think it'll be a fun conversation with somebody in education besides Mark Mendiola and John Fernandez. So that's something that I'm personally looking forward to as the program continues. 888-8255. 888-TALK. Sorry, suppressing barbecue burp. It's 7:47. Who's that? What's that?
Sunshine.
No way.
It's coming. Yeah.
Former Governor Carl T.C.
Yes,
Gutierrez on the
sir.
line. I got to bring this guy in. Uncle Carl, thank you so much for the hospitality over at the house last night. So great to see you, and wishing Auntie Jerry in person a happy belated birthday. Awesome get together with what looked like about 1,000 Koreans. Where'd you round all those people up from?
There are about 120 Koreans. We decided to leave it at that number. So, but yeah, that most of them are actually 50-50 local and visiting to Korean media and influencers and national stations. So it was really good because when they go back, they're going to be promoting the very idea that we put together last night is the cultural thing, where they intermingle with the mayors and the Chamorro food and maybe a few soju that's not so,
oh my
but
God.
Anyway,
okay, so I'm not gonna say who, but Nadine taught me how to drink soju and beer.
that's correct. That's what they drink in Korea, and they put me up to that last time, and it was pretty good. Really, you don't taste the soju until it gets back past your throat.
Yes, yes. And it makes you speak the truth. I noticed that everybody was speaking very, very truthfully yesterday about the deal. High touch is what I like to refer to that. And it was nice to see your agent, that is GVB's agent in Korea, spending the majority of his time with the village mayors. And for a lot of reasons, you mentioned that he's a hiker, and so he's going to want to go deep into some of these villages. And the best way to do that is to go with somebody that knows the villages, and that would be the mayor. So I think that maybe we will start to see a whole lot more by way of some eco-tourism. I hate to call it eco-tourism, but, eco-adventure tourism, where you get these Koreans that would come out here specifically to go and check out some of our cool trails.
Right. Inko Kim, right, he's the head of mission here for the government of Korea. And he has been very much interacting with GVB and the mayors. And you saw him sit there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they talked for about an hour, just trying to figure out how to put together everybody because when he goes out there, Ray, he gives you a different perspective of our sites and our like Two Lovers Point. He wrote something on the PDN, and it just made a lot of sense. So and the last night, I think more particularly, Ray, is that the takeaway is when they go back and promote Guam. Because of the feeling they got just by interacting.
The food, the people, the culture. You're right. Whenever we can do tourism like that, I think that is of utmost importance. So it was nice for me to meet some of these people last night and learn a little bit more about what they do here on Guam and how they might be able to help promote to promote the island and the Marianas in Korea. Korea, where they're seeing the numbers come down and they are making adjustments in real time to requirements for visitors and returning Koreans, whether you're vaccinated. And if you're vaccinated, then this is what you've got to do. If you're not vaccinated and negative PCRs, those are some of the things that you've got to do. But we're watching it become that much more easier for Koreans to be able to leave the peninsula and fly back with as few hassles as possible as returning residents.
Well, I was just talking to them. I got interviewed by the KNN, the Korean news network out of Busan. And, they actually, as they lead up the questioning to me, they said their government has already realized that they're going to live with COVID and that they're going to open up more and more and more. And so how do we get Guam as the number one again? I said, you'll get it because you guys are here and promoting it. And then when you get back, you're going to promote it. And so they already had in the back of their mind that they were number one here in Guam in 2019, and they will again try to bring and replicate that the year back here.
Looking forward to that. Now, we do have Koreans that are here on Guam right now, and not the big numbers that we're used to before, but there are returning Koreans, revenge travelers that have made their way to Guam. And one of the comments that I'm hearing is there's just not enough for them to do. We've got to find more attractions. We've got to find more ways to keep them busy on the ground. I mean, there's just so much shopping and eating that you can do. We got to find other ways to get them entertained. Are you working with anybody that might be thinking about building up some? I was thinking is like a Tagada, but over on the Hilton side of Tumon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, David Sue, right?
Yeah.
David Sue holds the Orchid and the Verona, and they resold the Verona, but they've got the owners coming here and they're going to really fix that up real good. But next to the Orchid, Royal Orchid, they've got that empty property. And I think they're going to start putting up some rides there and other kind of events. You know, the kind that you enter a cage and then you get blown up and you can float there in the air.
Oh yeah, Tim Ono's thing. Yeah. It's like it simulates you being in a parachute.
Right, and he bought that, and they're already got all the stanchions down there ready to put up. So he's doing that, and hopefully in a couple of months they'll have it all up.
Huh. I didn't know that. I always thought Tumon would be the perfect place for Tim Ono's device, and for whatever reason, it ended up being somewhere else. But that is good news, and I think it even comes with Tim. I'm not entirely sure. Then the other thing is you're getting on an airplane the next couple of days, aren't you?
Tomorrow morning, yeah.
Where are you going?
Going to Japan tomorrow, and they are waiting for us there too, because I believe that Japan are ready to relax their protocol, and so we want to be in there first, like we did in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Beat the opposition, beat the the competition there.
You can't do that on a Zoom, can you?
No, cannot.
Got to actually be on the ground in Japan.
That's correct. As we did it with Un and I, Mr. Ho and I went there, and it's just like, facing each other and answering questions and making deals. And that's the thing. And they feel whether you're sincere and whether you have honesty and that you care for both sides, not just lure them to Guam, and have them lose money, that we share the risk.
7:53 in the morning, and it wasn't just you and Jerry. You had some notable members of the board that showed up at the house last night. Governor Lulian Guerrero and Josh Tenorio came by to spend some time with the Koreans and the village mayors.
That's correct, and that's the takeaway from some of these the tourists that were here in the media, that you've got the number one, number two people on the island that run the island, sitting with them and talking with them. They can't do that in Korea.
No,
it was so that's the kind of stuff that we are just one family here in Guam. That's the kind of cultural takeaway we want them to have.
Well, considering what a busy day it must have been for Lou and Josh hearing that Sabrina Salas wasn't working at KUAM anymore, I can imagine that kept them a little bit occupied prior to them coming to the party.
Yeah. That I don't know that, but probably their regular meeting though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I want to see what kind of rise I could get out of Carl Gutierrez this morning on that. And I got to ask, Unc, how does that change the game? You work for Lou, understand that, but as a longtime member of the craft here on Guam, what do you think that bodes for Democratic voters? What do you think that means for Felix and Tony?
Well, it's shades of 2002, Ray. That's the same scenario you see here when Felix ran unopposed in 2002 and Jerry and Paulino ran against Underwood. Everybody seems to go over to take out the easiest guy to beat in the general election, and that happened. They went and voted Underwood, and then Underwood lost in the general. I think it's happening here too. And I heard you say something. I think that the primary is a ground game, and believe me, the organization that Lou and Josh have put together, and I'm fully immersed in the Lou and Josh campaign, and so it's getting the votes out. And I know popularity through surveys, social media, stuff like that. You don't know who those people are to get them out in the primary. So that's the difference. We know every voter that we're going to take out to the polls. 10 people by 10 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's got their assignment. This is the kind of organization that we would have, what we have, and I don't think Mike and Sabrina have time to put it all together.
Yeah, well, as Mana's saying under the microphone here, it shouldn't be a surprise. Rose Ramsey method,
Ramsey strategy, yeah.
The what?
Rose Ramsey.
Rose Ramsey might be this one sitting there, but that's not the. Everybody has their own. When I'm immersed, I'm not listening to Rose Ramsey.
All right, that's a phone call. That's a phone call from the front office. Listen, always fun talking with you. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Jerry and the kids, and we got to get pictures of your granddaughter who came out all dressed up in a little Korean. And
it to you, Ray, and put it up on the stage.
Absolutely. And don't look at the pictures that Tom took. Okay. All right. I'll see you pretty soon. No, it's just my friend Tommy was taking pictures and he made a joke. He made a face to me, so I flicked him off, and I didn't know. Oh my God. Yeah. At the same time, everybody was holding up their hands, going 4 more years, and I'm holding up my. I'm just playing. All right, what time is it now? 7:57. Just a little bit of time here to maybe a little bit more by way of politics. Is welcome to the world of hate. And as far as I know, there is some kind of now sick and twisted and almost disturbing obsession. Look, if something bad happens to Chris Duenas, I think it's the progressive Democrats that have done it, because these guys have been setting up all of these memes over the last couple of days. I played one for you yesterday, and you would think that all of this time now, it's been almost a week in a couple of days that Resolution 291 failed over at the legislature. You'd think they would be moving on to the next thing, but no. We're not done. At the Progressive Democrat Party of Guam, we're not done obsessing over Chris Duenas. So here's the latest of the memes that I saw on Facebook, and I put my finger on it because I wanted to copy and copy it to my photos. Well, it wouldn't let me do that. There's a little thing on that. It looks like an eye for information. And what happens when you click on it on your phone is it doesn't give you the opportunity to save the picture. It goes to the Progressive Democrat website. Says, "Hello, Ray. How can we help you today?" And so I screen capped it and then edited it out. So this is what we got. This when Wordle knows. It's a picture of Chris Duenas next to a Wordle game, and the Wordle game has all of these words. Fails. Needy folks voted wrong. Shame. Oh, so they're climbing aboard the Wordle sensation to bring shame.
Oh, so
shame,
clever.
Shame to Chris Duenas. Oh, my God. Girls, get over it. This isn't high school. This is not even middle school. Get over it. Move on. Give me a reason to love the Progressive Democratic Party on Guam instead of giving me reasons to want to embrace Chris Duenas even more. It's 7:59. Coming up on the Ray Gibson Show. As I said, we'll spend some time talking about education, and the phone lines will be open if you want to, because I know that there are a number of people that will look upon this level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Is it a D, a C, a B, or an A? How are we supposed to do all of this stuff? We'll get back into what those numbers mean for your kids, and maybe what some of the upcoming changes could be in the post-pandemic world of education here on Guam. Anyway, 7:59. Fox News Live's coming up next. You'll get some details on the court judge in Florida that said that Biden's mask mandate on transportation is unlawful. The CDC doesn't have the authority to work on that, and I'm sure that they'll come up with a few other stories. 93.3 KUSG Agatnia. We are the point.
A disappointing decision. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
We're continuing to recommend people wear masks.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, after a federal judge ruled the CDC went beyond its authority in extending the federal mask mandate through early May, even if its aim was to serve the public good. The CDC extended the mandate, saying it's needed more time and data on the BA2 variant's effects, but critics argued with mask mandates ending in schools, restaurants, and other public venues, it's time for them to end on public transportation. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia's effort to take over eastern Ukraine is in full swing, adding a significant part of the entire Russian army is now concentrated on this offensive. The attacks have begun in the country's cultural center of Lviv.
Officials say so far they know multiple missiles hit within the city, just outside the city center, killing 7 people. These would make them the first wartime deaths in the city since the invasion started. Shortly after the strike, thick black smoke could be seen billowing from multiple points in the city. A military spokesperson in Lviv says 3 warehouses were hit, emphasizing the buildings were not being used by the military.
Fox's Jeff Paul in Lviv. The forced strike reportedly hit an auto repair shop. South Carolina police make another arrest in the mass shooting at a mall in Columbia over the weekend.
Columbia Police Chief Skip Holbrook announced a second arrest in the shooting. His name, Marquise Robinson.
He's charged with 9 counts of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, attempted murder, unlawful carry of a handgun.
Police say Robinson was in a dispute with Jewayne Price, arrested over the weekend, and a third man, Amari Sincere Jamal Smith, whom they are still trying to find. All 3 will face the same charges.
Fox's Gernal Scott. America is listening to Fox News.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better.
Announcing the point on Alexa.
In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
A Another state reaches a settlement with a pharmaceutical giant over the opioid crisis.
Janssen Pharmaceuticals, owner of Johnson & Johnson, is settling with West Virginia any and all claims the state and its cities are making that the company oversaturated the state with opioid pills, encouraging prescribers to give them to patients.
West Virginia and her political subdivisions will receive $99 million in a lump sum payment.
West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrissey. The state still has suits pending against pharma companies Teva and Allergan. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Florida lawmakers will return to the Capitol tomorrow to begin a special session to approve a new congressional map after Republican Governor Ron DeSantis vetoed the previous GOP-backed boundaries that preserve minority districts. House and Senate leaders have said neither chamber will try to draw a new map. A Kenyan sweep at the Boston Marathon this morning.
For the third year in a row, a runner from Kenya was the fastest man to finish the Boston Marathon. Evans Chibet won the race in a time of 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 51 seconds. For the second year in a row, a Kenyan won the women's race. Perez Jepchirchir, who won the Olympics gold medal in Tokyo last summer, and last year's New York City Marathon, won a sprint to the finish line at Boylston Street in Boston. Her race time, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 2 seconds. Around 30,000 runners took part in the 126th Boston Marathon. 50th anniversary of the first year women were allowed to compete. One of those women, Val Rogacheski, marked the milestone by running again today, running and walking at age 75. First time in 3 years the marathon has been held on Patriots Day. Jared Max, Fox News.
At the box office this week, in the third in the Harry Potter spin-off series, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore was tops, earning $43 million. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 in second with $30 million, and The Lost City rounding out the top three with $6.5 million. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lover's holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Well, soon we may be able to no longer wear a mask indoors, but for now it's no longer required to wear masks outdoors, according to the governor's executive order that went into effect at midnight this morning. According to the order, businesses also no longer have to impose social distancing or caps on the number of people allowed to gather. The island's indoor mask mandate is the final restriction that will be phased out, the governor stating that on May 3rd, if the island continues to sustain low rates of transmission and hospitalizations, individuals will no longer be required to wear their masks indoors. It's going to happen today at the Guam Election Commission. Guam Congressman Mike San Nicolas set to pick up his candidate packet for the gubernatorial race, and will be joined by his running mate. It's been reported that veteran news personality Sabrina Salas Matanani will be running alongside San Nicolas as his lieutenant governor candidate. The team will pick up their candidate packet at 10 at the Guam Election Commission, and the media will be invited to ask questions of the candidates. Matanani has been a veteran reporter, a news anchor for over 25 years, starting her career at Guam Cable TV and then moving on to KUAM, where she is resigned as of yesterday as the managing director What's not been confirmed, though, by the station is other information that Matanani's daughter, KUAM's anchor, Tyler Matanani, has also resigned in order to fill a position in the opposing gubernatorial team. Unconfirmed reports indicated the younger Matanani was picked up as the spokeswoman for the Republican gubernatorial team of Felix Camacho and Tony Ada. Well, that Republican team will also be opening their headquarters this weekend, moving into their campaign. The team of Camacho Ada will hold a grand opening on Sunday at the Orleans Plaza. The public is invited. It will be on April 24th at from 2 to 4 p.m. Well, more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
A 41-year-old man was arrested by Guam police in connection with an assault that took place at the NCS Mart. The attack occurred in the parking lot of the store in Dededo, where the store's video surveillance captured the violence. The police were called to the scene about 10 in the morning. 41-year-old Oliver Jensen DeSoto was arrested on charges of suspicion of aggravated assault and child abuse and other charges. Police say he was taken to the Department of Corrections, where he remains confined. Meanwhile, police haven't given too many details into an early morning accident yesterday, but one man was injured in the crash. It snarled traffic for a couple of hours yesterday in Jigo. The man was taken to the hospital. His condition this morning isn't known. And as the Board of Education plans to take up the Department of Education's strategic plan this evening, the department yesterday went before senators in their plea to get an exemption for required school days and service learning for high schoolers. Bill 286 and Bill 287 were up for public hearing. DOE Superintendent John Fernandez, as reported in the Post, says that they've been updating and renewing their strategic plan, which will address shortfalls that students and teachers have faced, especially in light of the pandemic. The intent, he says, is to get students back on track with regard to their learning, recovery, and academic progress. Now, the DOE strategic plan is up for approval when the board meets today. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
How old is this guy? The guy that jumped the kid?
41.
41 or something like that. What's a 41-year-old doing, jumping a little kid? I mean, that's not even, it's beyond, you don't pick on your own size.
He looks great for his age still, Ray.
I think so. Long flowing hair, like Mike Phillips. All right, 8:10. Did you wanted weather?
Please.
No, Mike. No, I was gonna say Mike checked in with me the other day. Did a buddy check in with me for Easter. That's cool. That's all right, man. My friend hasn't forgot me. Mostly sunny. Highs near 87 degrees. East winds up to 15 miles an hour today. Gusting as high as 20. We got the east-northeast winds 9 to 13 miles an hour tonight under partly cloudy skies. And that's what we got for you over the next couple of days. Mostly sunny during the day, partly cloudy at night, because there isn't anything happening in the Asia Hood where we are out here in the third chain. Mariana Islands, absolutely clear skies above us. There might be a cloud or two coming through, might be a little bit of rain, but nothing like what we saw the other day here. Sunset tonight at 6:34. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Can do. 8:12 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home on the Ray Gibson Show.
News to fill your mind.
Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Okay. Got it. Who's on one?
That's Dr. Ron McNitch.
He's our
the
political
analyst and contributor of The Point.
But I was going to do the story on the butt guy.
Yeah. Hey, man.
What? I'm sorry, you cannot. There's a lesson here.
Yeah, you don't want to bring it.
There's a lesson here, guys. And well, I've got this up on the screen. 2:50 in the morning on April the 17th. Real Joe, what's the rule?
Nothing good happens after 10.
The officer, while on patrol in Bada, approached Mateti, observed a vehicle described as a red and gray Mitsubishi Lancer with the license plate 2970. Adam Henry, 2970. How fitting. As the officer followed the vehicle, he saw it veer to the right and the headlights turn off. The officer requested for a readout of the license plate and was informed that the plate belonged not to a Mitsubishi Lancer, but to a Nissan Altima. The officer pulled the vehicle over. He met with the operator, who identified himself as Harry Anus. He did not have a driver's license, but later identified himself as Jerry Hans Anus. The officer conducted a VIN check and discovered the original plate, TO1612. Further research revealed defendant has outstanding bench warrants in 3 different cases. His conditions of release included inter alia, not possessing illegally controlled substances, and obeying all laws, like driving a car with the proper tags on it. After his arrest, the officer conducted a search of the defendant's shoulder pouch and found clear glass pipe with residue in it, which the officer suspected to be methamphetamine. Officers also found a plastic resealable baggie containing trace amounts of a substance suspected to be methamphetamine. The suspected substances all tested presumptively positive for crystal methamphetamine. The rule here, and the lesson that I want to give here this morning, is when your last name literally is anus, you want to fly as low under the radar as you possibly can. Yeah. You don't want to, because otherwise, you know what's going to happen is some clown like me in talk radio is going to get a hold of your magistrate report and make a big deal about your crazy last name and the alias that you used when you first met the cop, Harry Anus. Hello, hello. Under the radar, bro, not over the radar. Maybe, some people just don't go with meth. And that's the point that I want to make here. 8:15 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255-888-TALK. As I said, political correspondent and frequent contributor to the Ray Gibson Show, and I think generally all media, it's Dr. Ron McNitch from the University of Guam. Good morning, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, half a day, Ray. Half a day, Guam.
Did you see it coming, bro? Did you see it coming?
Which one?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Sabrina Salas quit KUAM so she can run and be the lieutenant governor candidate with Mike Nicholas.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Hello, are we the only ones paying attention to it? Did you wake up under a rock here this morning, sir?
I think I did.
Oh, my God. This is the same conversation I had with Jerry Roberts 40 minutes ago, right? Yeah, okay, Sabrina Salas, KUAM, been there for like 25 years or something like that, was courted presumably by Congressman Mike Nicholas to be his running mate in the upcoming gubernatorial election. So it will be Lou and Josh, incumbents, versus Mike and Sabrina. Are you getting all this?
Right.
And so normally I'd be reaching out to you and saying, well, what does this mean, Dr. McNitch? Have you conducted any research into what a three-way race would look like for the Adelup in 2022?
Oh, sure. We've done a lot of that. But we just haven't ran Sabrina's name. Usually the lieutenant governor position doesn't have a lot of effect on the main runners. So... But, it's an interesting development. I think that it shows that things are kind of beginning to come together a little bit. Usually by June, we have a lot more coalescence happen. And so still it's in the rough and tumble stage
right.
for the election.
You're in a kind of a noisy area. It's a windy area. I'm getting a lot of wind noise on your phone, so maybe if you could get some cover here, because it's not. There are a couple of other questions that I wanted to ask, and want the listeners to be able to get the benefit of hearing what the correct answers are. So as you said, you've been conducting research. The only thing missing is the lieutenant governor name. In preliminary research that you'd done in the Democratic Party, how was Mike favorable over Lou? Was Lou and Josh favorable as incumbents over Mike? What did your research show you?
Yeah, it's back and forth, and some splits Lou's doing well, and some splits certainly Mike's doing well. And that was an early poll, and but it does show that Mike is viable, and that it's going to be a pretty contentious race this coming fall.
Were you able to detect any particular strengths in the demographics in the research? Is Mike is Mike more favorable to men, to women of a certain age? Lou and Josh more favorable to men and women of a certain age? Does Josh's homosexuality have any gravity in one way or the other to whether or not he's a satisfying candidate for voters?
We didn't really. I mean, we did a controlled sample for gender and age, and so we made sure that the sample is representative. But in general, I think what's going to probably have to happen is once all the candidates are declared and everyone's really set, that's when people begin to winnow down their hard opinions. Because right now, all of the opinions for who's the next governor are very soft opinions. That is, a beer on the weekend can flip somebody's opinion of pretty much anybody right now.
Yeah, well, I kind of want to look ahead to 130 days to the primary election and see where that beer on the weekend is going to be. As you point out, you're right. It can flip a lot of folks, but right now, I don't disagree with you. I think it is very, very soft. We're hearing from Felix and Tony on a very, very irregular basis. They announced and they had a couple of fairly mid-profile level fundraisers so far. Lou and Josh have outpaced everybody by incredible means. The signs are going up everywhere. The stickers are on cars. In fact, they're taking 2 signs in some locations so that nobody else will be able to put up a sign around them. That's very Rose Ramsey, right? That's Rose Ramsey? Is that Rose Ramsey, Mana? That's a Rose Ramsey tactic, right? You get a good intersection, you put 2 signs up there, bro.
Actually, it probably goes back to Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln first detected that form of voting, that kind of campaigning. Now the clock is running. Jerry Roberts mentioned this morning he thought maybe Mike and Sabrina were getting in the game a little bit late here, but it's because it's 130 days between here and the primary election. That's just over 3 months, buddy. Is that enough time to be able to coalesce a solid platform, get the campaigning done, get as Governor Gutierrez mentioned, the primary is a ground game. Is that enough time for these guys to put together a significant ground game?
No, I think that there's been a lot of interesting dynamics that have changed how people run for office here, and really in the last 10 years. And so, what happens is people are they're influenced and bombarded by messages and images through social media and through other means that they hadn't been exposed to before. And that's been one of the changes that has happened with Guam elections. But Governor Gutierrez is absolutely right. The person-to-person retail politics of Guam still is the standard. That's what really matters the most, is personal connections people have with others and how people are influenced by others with those connections.
So Mikey's going to need a whole lot more of these snow cone machines, right? That's not the snow cones. What was it?
Cotton candy?
Cotton candy machines.
Yeah.
Well, but there's the added point, and it's a very, very important point to know, is that just like you, Sabrina Salas is a household name. And so she brings that to his campaign, and he was lacking that a little bit. He didn't have the retail side down very well. He had a good social media side down pretty well, but he didn't have the person-to-person politics part really Sabrina brings into the picture. And so it was a good move for him to add Sabrina.
Well, and then you've got the curiosity of what is somebody that is largely a political outsider.
Or at least perceived to be an outsider. She does have she and I've known her for many years. I've known her probably since 96, 98 or so. And she's got a lot of very good informed opinions. And so I think that he probably made a very good choice by bringing her in. And I think he needed her, quite frankly.
Well, I think it's going to be fun to watch, certainly, and fun to see what the reaction is from Adelup. I'm wondering what great announcement they're going to be making today, as just to try to neutralize whatever bounce that Mike and Sabrina are going to get by announcing their campaign.
Right, and also that opens up certainly the delegates race. I know that. I believe Madeline Berdalio probably maybe running for delegate.
What?
I think that, I've heard people, there's a committee formed that wants to draft Madeline. And I spoke to her in D.C. about almost 3 weeks ago.
Right, you said.
And she's, how can I say it? The advantage of Madeline is she has very, very good, a very good background in terms of having seniority in the House of Representatives, and so that's something that she can add, to the mix, and that's something that I think sometimes we overlook a little bit. We really get eaten alive by Congress because we don't play Congress's game very well, and Madeline certainly understands how things work there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think there are going to be some. I'll sound like a Mikey, fanboy here, but Mike has certainly been able to accomplish many things in Washington, D.C., and driving a point home that there's significant financial dollars that he ensured came to Guam as a result of COVID-19 and rescue plans. And others, and other things that were left wanting at the end of Madeline's administrations in Washington, D.C. And Mike Nicholas has been able to kind of tick off quite a number of them as he's moved forward in their interesting conversation. Dr. Ron McNitch, I'm going to give you some time to pick up a newspaper and listen to the news with Mana and find out just exactly what you missed while you were sleeping last night.
I'll tell you, I missed a lot, didn't I?
Yeah. I mean, this is the big bread and butter issue here today. Is Mike has finally got a running mate, and it's Sabrina Salas from KUM. So it's one of those things where you go, wow, that's did not necessarily see that one coming. And when people told me to be ready for it, and then it happened, I tell you what, I had to sit down for about 5 minutes and drink a cold beer in one go. It's 8:25 in the morning. You have a fantastic day, Dr. Ron McNitch on the program. And so we talked about some of the research that he's seen, a little bit of back and forth. Sometimes Lou is strong, sometimes Mike is strong, but he says that means that Mike is a viable candidate here. We ask you on the Points online poll at thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web, who wins the Democratic primary election, Mike and Sabrina or Lou and Josh? And so far, it's 100% Mike and Sabrina. Of course, there's only one vote in it. I don't know which one of us voted on the thing. So go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. Now it will tell you can vote 0 more times, but the people over at Adelup have figured out what they got to do to be able to get into the website.
Yeah, to keep clicking
over and over. So there will be clicking going on all day.
You have to prove you're not a robot, Ray.
This is Logan's thing. This is. Logan is going to put together a group of 10 people, and they'll put together a group of 10 people, and they'll put together a group of 10 people, and that's all they're going to be doing is clicking on my poll today. It's 8:20, so maybe I should make another poll here. Those of you that watch KUM, are you going to miss Sabrina? Are you, was that one of the things that you went to all the time? Was that one of those?
Miss Tyler.
Was that one of the kind of beacons of objectivity and true journalism in this town?
Yeah, well.
Or is it just us? It's down to us, right?
Oh, God help us.
Oh, God help us all. 8:27 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. While I got some time between here and there, let's go over some celebrity birthdays. You ready for that, Real Joe?
Oh, yeah.
Celebrity birthday number 1. He's 76 years old, and he plays. He's such a broad range of characters. He plays. You remember when he was in Home Alone? He played that wimpy concierge in the hotel, and then he was in Labyrinth, right? And he had that big devil costume. You remember that?
Yeah.
Tim Curry is 76. 76. But there is not one of us that has seen the movie that will ever forget the fact that he played that Frankenstein character in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm sorry, it took me a second because I was looking at the logo in my brain trying to read it, and it didn't
weird
come out. The
back
big
then.
lip
That guy
thing
was a strange dude.
Oh, but it was a strange movie. It was a strange time. But and we were talking about this. We're actually drinking with some friends over at. Don't ask me how the Rocky Horror Picture Show comes up, but we were sitting at Players one night, Brad and Lucia, and then all of a sudden the conversation turned to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's one of those things like rite of passage. How old were you the first time you listened to the songs on Rocky Horror? And how old were you when you first saw the movie? And then for those of you that have spent some time in the U.S. mainland around colleges, how old were you when you attended a Rocky Horror Picture Show showing where everybody shows up in costume, in all the different costumes, and they yell back at the screen, and you gotta have rice for the wedding scene, and all this other stuff. I mean, there's this whole cult around the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So happy 76th birthday to Tim Curry. A couple of other celebrities include Kate Hudson. Isn't that what's her name's daughter?
That is what's her name.
From Shawshank Redemption.
And the son, yeah.
You know who I'm talking about. Kate Hudson, she's 43 years old. Hayden Christensen from Star Wars is 41 years old. Hayden Christensen, wasn't he the little kid?
Oh yeah.
You don't know
the Anakin thing?
Yeah, Anakin. Yeah. Didn't he play the youngest of the Anakin Skywalkers?
I don't know, man.
Somewhere out there, you're breaking somebody's heart. Somewhere out there, you're going, man, I thought we could count on you for Star Wars.
Goldie Hawn.
Goldie Hawn's mom, Hawn's daughter. Yes, Kate Hudson. There might be a couple of others, but I don't. Ollie Wong from American Housewives, Simu Liu from Kim's Convenience, and Marvel's Shang-Chi is 33 years old today. I have no idea who it is, but I'm going to throw it out there because it had the word Marvel at the end of it. You know what I found out is that movie Blade with the guy in it.
Oh, the guy, yeah. Wesley Snipes.
Wesley, did you know that that's a Marvel movie? That he's a Marvel character. Did you know that, Mana?
Wesley Snipes?
The Blade. He plays Blade in the movie. So I was watching Blade Trinity the other day, trying to avoid Queen of the South.
You know,
that's another good one, man. Come on.
Do you know that there's a new season?
No.
We were talking about. They said on Fox there's a new Better Call Saul, right? A new Better Call Saul season, and I didn't know there was a spinoff from the TV show Breaking Bad. I had no idea there was a spinoff.
I've seen a few of them,
and now I'm totally at the end of it. So Ma's like, oh yeah, well, never watched that. But Queen of the South, wondering if I'd made it through any of the episodes yet, and the answer is no.
Oh, you're missing.
Yeah, the answer is no. I'm holding out on my episode watching on Netflix. I'm holding out for Stranger Things 4, which is supposed to be. Is it late this month? I'll look it up while Mana's doing the news, because that I think even more important than Sabrina Salas running for governor. Lieutenant governor. Is like, hey, first day out in politics, man. I'm going to be lieutenant governor. I was going to go for governor, but Mike said no. No, I'm going to be governor first. Tell you what, I'll be governor first, and then we'll do 8 years, and then after that, you be governor, and I'll be lieutenant governor, and the people of Guam will rejoice and dance long into the night. Doesn't that sound like a good political plan,
man?
Right on, right. 8:30. Never mind all you other old farts in the political game. We're gonna flip the script on this thing, and we're just gonna make it all about Sabrina and Josh. SabrinaandJosh.com. No, Sabrina and Mike. Sorry.
The Russians, Ray.
Mike and Sabrina, SabrinaandMike.com. Forever. All right, where to now? Is it time for our last look at big news and headlines? All right, here it comes with Montesova Tire. Nava, what happened? Hey?
Oh, I think you were supposed to go to a break first.
Yeah, man.
Oh, was I supposed to do that?
Yeah, we could do that,
him up.
Try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Half a day. Patsy Gogui from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns the property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
It's 8:32 in the morning, and this is how you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, that the time has truly passed. That we are living in different kinds of times. There's a story by Hannah DeVanzo. Yeah. Where's she work at? Is she the next Sabrina?
Yeah.
Okay, she's the next Sabrina then.
She's the new anchor.
Okay, and it's a story about UOG students to man the Crime Stoppers hotline. Let me just say, in my time, back when I was a student at the University of Guam, this would not ever have been even contemplated. They would say, "Oh my God, Ray and his friends on the Crime Stoppers or Suicide Hotline, forget about it. People are going to die as a result of any advice these guys are going to be given." It's 8:33 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and time for our last big look at news and headlines. Right? This is where we're going now? Okay, I can hear the theme. This must be it. Here's Mana. What happened?
Well, pretty soon you won't be required to wear your mask indoors if we stay at a low risk. But for now, it's just for the outdoor social gatherings. The governor's executive order went into effect at midnight this morning. Also, businesses no longer have to impose social distancing or caps on the number of people allowed to gather. Meanwhile, at 10 o'clock this morning, over at the Guam Election Commission, Guam Congressman Mike Sinicolas will be picking up his packet. He says he's running for governor, and he will be joined by his running mate. We are told that it's veteran news personality Sabrina Salas. The media will be invited to attend that event at 10 o'clock and ask questions of the candidates. And from the Guam Election Commission, another candidate has picked up a packet for senator. It is Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes, who will be running again for senator on the Democratic side.
That can't be the latest one.
It's the last one on the list.
What?
It's the last one on the list.
Okay. All right. Well,
most recent.
We'll have another one by 11 o'clock this morning. There might be a couple of other ones in there. So earlier today, I was talking about what Mana referred to as phishing, and somebody reached out to me on Instagram. Was digging, one of the sunset pictures that I took. Or was that? I don't know. I think it was a picture of Guam from Ture. Yeah, that's where it was. And it's like, oh wow, this is nice. What a nice place you live in now. And then you go to her profile, and because I mean, like all of them do, we all do that, right? We all just want to check out the profile and see what it is. I'm from Malaysia. I like traditional culture and delicious food, and love nature. Right? Does that sound reasonable?
That's your type.
So somebody online says you got to watch out. This is how you know you're getting fished, right? Is anybody that hits you up on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, snaps, and they say that their hobbies are hiking, reading, spending time with family and friends? They're totally fake. No real people have those as hobbies. Real adult hobbies include running late, browsing Netflix until I decide I'd rather just go to sleep, sitting on the toilet looking at my phone until my legs go numb. Those are the real adult hobbies that we've got out there. That's how you know it's going to be a real one.
And if you really want to, and you have an image that you want to check, you take the image and you go to one of those apps and do a reverse search for the image. And then sometimes you could find the real person behind that image that is phishing you.
Because on the Facebook Live, I mean, we know this to be true. Facebook Live, where there are all of a sudden, since I don't know, Felix Camacho and Tony Atta decided that they're going to be running. All of a sudden, we got all kinds of people with all kinds of crazy names. Or really like super hot chick profiles, and then you go to them, and it's like there's not it's like they just discovered Facebook yesterday. It's like a Facebook birth yesterday.
And then we have like 4 friends and.
And I'm looking to see, and I got a note from another one of us, one of the family that says we're getting some really, really bitchy comments on Facebook Live, and so I'm going to stroll through some of this while the commercials are playing.
Well, I mean, it's a gubernatorial election.
It's time,
year.
It's going to happen. As the man says, it is what it is. 8:37 in the morning. Coming up, we got Joe Sanchez from DOE. Stick around.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but three-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match three-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
How about, what's the dinner now?
Here we go.
Does that mean I got to do a thing for somebody?
You got to do a thing for somebody.
Is it the Sentra from Nissan?
It is, sir.
NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to go and take a look at it. Now there's I do this in my head. I try to pitch which car do I want to pitch, because I can do the Infinity, right, the QX60 that they've got there, and I'm in love with everything about that interior. I'm a technophile. I'm the kind of guy just make a button, push a button, and a light goes on. And in this thing, there's lights that come on that push a button on you. That's the kind of technology they've got there. They got all kinds of sensors around this thing. So like my car, and you go, wow, it's got a camera in the back. Okay, so the QX60 has got cameras everywhere. It's like the Touray of cars, right? Touray restaurant of cars. There's cameras literally everywhere. So when you are parking, you can see what's happening. Obviously behind you, you can see what's going on in front of you and to the sides. It's kind of like a airplane version of your car. You can hover over it and see what your surroundings are like, and it arguably will make it much more helpful. Plus, they got the other thing. They got the air conditioner in your butt place, which is crazy. Now, some cars do, but it's a heater, right? Because they want to sell it in the States. These guys know it's a QX60. It's coming to Guam where it's hot, and so we want actual air conditioning and multiple zones for the air conditioning, too. So you got it in the front, you got it in the middle, and the rear deck also has their own deals. And how do you get people into the rear? One button. One button, you push it, and the chair moves over and then scoots down so that people can get into the back. And if you don't want to use it as someplace for people to sit, golf clubs, submachine guns, some kind of high-powered weapons, you can put those in the back of the QX60. Nobody. And if you load it up too high, like you got all your bullets and your guns and your ammos, if you load it up too high, in most cars you won't be able to see out the rearview mirror, right? QX60 has a camera, so it will see what you would be able to see if it wasn't obstructed. So you'd still be able to see what's going on behind you. Really, really well laid out car. I suggest a test drive today, QX60 at Nissan Guam. James Howard asking, but did you get the 10D version with the holograms? I'm going to ask for that. I'll go test drive it again. All right, looking to see what's wrong with some of the comments that people are saying here on the deal. Now, I'm not seeing anything that's too kind of crazy and out of the way. I'm Anya Sablonga Guerrero's online.
Oh, good morning.
Okay, you follow her. Follow her and Coochies.net on Instagram just for the memes that she posts. If you're having a bad day, that's the equivalent of looking through your camera roll. It's just absolutely crazy funny. 8:41 in the morning, and let me get into this conversation here. And I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Why don't you get close to the microphone? I want people to be able to hear. Yeah, like that.
Okay, sounds good.
Like you're running for office or something like that.
Okay, perfect.
So here's a guy. His name is Joe Sanchez. He works with. Now you don't need to put that on yet.
Thanks.
Works with the Department of Education. Maybe you've heard of the outfit out there. And I'm going to do the kind of the standard before we get too much into anything else. So first of all, Joe Sanchez, Department. What is it exactly that you do there?
So, the title's kind of long. It's Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Improvement.
Okay, say it again.
Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Improvement.
Okay, so
I just shortened it by saying Deputy of Curriculum or Curriculum and Instruction.
Okay, but now, so deputy, who's the one next above you?
So the Superintendent of Education.
Yeah. Okay, so you're superintendent and then deputy.
Yeah, so there's 4 deputy positions, but only 3 are filled. So the other one is Erica Cruz.
Erica,
You mentioned her. She's the Deputy Superintendent of Educational Support and Community Learning.
Her husband smells like KFC all the time. I love him.
We call her the Deputy of Operations. She hates
Okay.
that, but that's basically what it is. She supervises the school. She supervises school operations and personnel. And then the other guy is Deputy Superintendent Frank Cooperners. He's the finance guy. He's the
Been around for a while.
Former Tulling, former Zenny. He's the guy that pays for everything, basically.
So notwithstanding John Fernandez, he's the next one with fewer hair than everybody else. Because it always seems it always seems to me, and we'll get into the conversation about finances in the Department of Education around the corner. How long you been doing this? And give me a little bit of an overview of your career. Where'd you start, and how'd you work yourself up to deputy?
I was a teacher. I started back in '96. I taught until Middle School. I taught language arts. Moved off island for graduate school. Came back. Did a assistant principal for a while. Moved off island again. Came back, and then basically I worked downtown. I worked at Curriculum and Instruction. I started as the school program consultant for educational reform. So if you remember, direct instruction, Success for All. I was the project manager for all of those programs.
I remember getting the right-wing talking points on that, and decided that I wasn't ever going to like direct instruction, no matter what anybody said. And it is, the idea of taking, here's basic mathematics, and we're going to disassemble this and put it together. So 3 times 3 still equals 9, but it takes you 20 extra steps to get there.
So I handled that towards the tail end when we were actually transitioning out of that model. So I stayed there, and then I became the administrator for research planning and evaluation. So I became the data guy. And then around that time, when Dr. Underwood was retiring, Narissa, she appointed me as acting deputy for curriculum, and that was just supposed to be temporary, until we hired the superintendent. And it just took so long to hire the superintendent. I think it took over a year before John was actually picked up. That I just ended up kind of taking on the regular role of curriculum. And when he got on board, we already had a couple of things in the works, and he just kept me on.
I was going to say, it was an interesting time. I mean, Narissa, long time educator, and one of the first that I thought was able to bring finally some stability to the Department of Education at the superintendent level. It was nice, and I also want to say
at the time she was the longest serving.
Right. Yes. And then then we bring in John, and what I knew about John at the time, you could fill a thimble with, but a little bit of research, a little bit of Googling. The guy had some good bona fides from the work that he was doing in Washington, D.C. And I thought this is going to be good. When John came in, did you have a good feeling that this is going to be great? This is somebody I can learn from. Somebody that is going to be coming in with kind of a state of the art, worldview on what education needs to look like anywhere, but in particular on Guam.
That was actually kind of the key there. He was really willing to have those kinds of conversations about where do we intend to take the department moving forward. It wasn't bogged down with like, this is the way we've always done it, so we have to do it that way. In fact, I think a lot of the things that we tried, not tried, but things that we're currently doing probably wouldn't have been supported if they didn't have an attitude like he did. He was like, okay, what does the research say? Is this being successful throughout the country? How are we, does this make sense for Guam and us? And okay, let's do it. And that, to me, I think traditionally, people are afraid of change, and he wasn't. It's just like, all right,
well,
let's do it.
How do you keep up with it? This is a little bit of a John Fernandez love fest, because I determined early in his time at the Department of Education that he was exactly what they needed. He came in with exactly the right kind of book smarts, but also came in with what I'd like to say boundless energy for this job. I mean, the guy wakes up, the crack of dawn and is following up on all kinds of educational stuff and hanging out with students and teacher groups and Twitter. He's big on Twitter. Guy's got as many followers as Pia Mia, but trying to stay in the groove with everybody. He doesn't shut off. He's like an educator 24/7, right?
Yeah, he really stays a lot on top of a lot of things, and he's always asking us. Number one, are we communicating with our stakeholders? Are we communicating with the students? He's really big on that. How are we continuing our collaboration? Right, that's a big thing for him. In fact, in our strategic plan, that's one of the main areas around leadership is are we getting people involved? And I think a lot of that just stems from his desire to bring people together and make things work. And the unfortunate part is that's kind of messy. It's messy to do that. It's messy.
It's clumsy when you got to work with people.
Yeah, and there's always going to be people who are
saying you're a data guy. Your research. Yeah. I would much rather massage a database. I'd much rather be doing sorts on this, that, and the other, and try to figure out where we might have an opportunity to improve education.
Yeah, exactly. So he kept me on, and we've worked together since he's been here, and. I appreciate that.
No, well, I'm glad that you and I, the Mutual Appreciation Society for him. As you said, data and research. Give me a piece of data that would surprise me about education on Guam.
That would surprise you?
Yeah,
oh, gosh,
yeah.
I can't think right now.
What runs contradictory to conventional wisdom about the students or the teachers and the grades that we've got here on Guam? Are there places where if you dig into it just a little bit, you go, hey, these are some bright kids, or we've got cadres of really good teachers out there.
Okay, I guess I would say against conventional statements, our scores are actually going up.
Where are you seeing it?
And
where's that at?
In all subjects.
Yeah.
But the thing is, based on the benchmarks that are set nationally, we don't improve fast enough to reach those benchmarks. That's the thing. And I think that's something that we talk to teachers a lot about, we talk to schools a lot about, is we have to, at some cases, just even if it's just for morale purposes, right? You have to recognize the improvements that schools are making, that students are making, that teachers are making in our test scores. Is they actually do go up, but we don't. There's a certain pace that you have to keep nationally. In order for you to be deemed proficient.
Okay, so what are they doing in the States that we need to do better here? If that's the conclusion that you reach, is that our scores are going up, but they aren't lifting at the same rate as the other scores.
I don't think it's any one thing, and that's the hard part.
Is it island life? Is it
people? Well, that's probably part of it too, right? It's a number of things. It's the lifestyle that we live, the things that we're exposed to.
ESL.
That's a big factor too. But I really want to be careful when we talk about some of these factors, because some folks who want to just criticize the department will jump on that and say, "Oh, so you're blaming the ESL students?"
No.
So you're blaming the teachers.
But it is a factor that there are a whole bunch of kids here and that come from someplace else, literally got off a plane in the summertime and now enrolled into school, and English is a second language for them, and their primary languages are the language that they came with when they were kids. So in the aggregate, you'll look at that and say that might be a little bit of an anchor on our data.
Even with the local kids, the English that we speak is not standard American English.
No, it's Facebook English. It's the language that they it's typing individual letters on Twitter and TikTok. And they communicate that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the thing is, of course, does that mean our kids can't learn? Does that mean we're not successful? Of course not. It just means that we have some of these challenges that may not be existent in the States. Of course, we have the traditional challenges too. We have poverty. We have migrant learners, of course, as we mentioned, home factors. So there's so many things that we kind of have to address that you can't really attack just one thing.
All right. Now, we get into some of the other conversations. We can go deep into virtually every single one of these, I've got an expert in the studio. I'm also an expert because I've gone to school longer and more than anybody else did. I was a 5-year man at Father Duenas, and there were just some courses that I couldn't get. Mathematics was always a bear for me, and chemistry was always a bear for me. I had to cheat off my buddies' test, but as it turns out, they were kind of dumb at it as well. So we all essentially failed. So I spent every year in summer school and had to go through everything twice. I was not, I think, built for classroom learning, and I wonder, to the degree that you've got research that'll back it up, that you've got ideas that will back it up. For each person, is there a different method that will be better for them to ingest what it is that we're trying to teach them?
Exactly. I think and just to put a plug in.
I wished I'd had online learning when I was a kid. I wished everything was in the computer and on the cloud, and I excel at those kinds of things. things because I can go at my own pace.
Yeah. So, just to put a plug in there, we're going to be, our board is going to be reviewing the strategic plan tonight. And hopefully, if they're all good with it, they're going to be adopting it. And one of the major strategies we have under the curriculum section talks about the diversification of our curriculum to meet the needs of a growing diverse student population. And this over time is something that was really difficult to do in K-12 education because K-12 education traditionally throughout the entire country has always been geared towards college readiness, right? Where it's just, okay, you are going to a four-year college, we have to get you ready for that. And if you're not going to go to a four-year college, good luck. You're just considered other, right? In K-12 education, it's difficult to recognize that other is a legitimate group of students who are not going to necessarily go to a four-year college and maybe require some post-secondary education, some additional training, or to get into some other field. But it was really hard to break that entry.
Okay, so I got Mike Rowe fans that are listening right now,
exactly.
going, "Okay, he's talking about me. He's talking about my kids. He's talking about my experience."
Technical education, job readiness. All the things that don't necessarily require a college, four-year college education. Now, there's some folks.
What out there? What professions are there that do require a four-year college education? It's either we can get away with a couple of years here in a vocational school, or we need to take you all the way up to terminal degrees, doctors, PhDs, and things like that. I mean, I keep wondering what people are going to be doing with liberal arts degrees that they get.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because there is a lot of writing out there that shows that there's a lot of majors who are actually dropping. You have history majors that are dropping. You have art majors that are dropping, which is kind of unfortunate. I think art can still
I agree.
Kind of integrate with other things, but there's so many of the liberal arts programs that are kind of decreasing, and the more practical programs are.
Well, when you think about how much a college education costs anymore, I mean, I got a daughter who wants to go to college, and it doesn't matter what you put aside, it will never be enough. And so you get these guys, and they're talking about $65,000, $75,000 a year for college, and you go, okay, well, what job are you going to get afterwards that you're going to be able to make that kind of money back?
Yeah, so I was just yesterday. I was actually at the Trades Academy because we have a relationship with the Trades Academy where our students get to go, and take our courses there, get certified, and they can also count towards high school credit. And the amazing thing about it is when you get students into programs that they enjoy doing, that are legitimate programs that could prepare them for life, their attitude changes from school, and I hate to say it, but a lot of times when we recommend students for these programs, they're usually the ones who are not interested, they're the ones who are about to drop out, they're the ones who need to recover credit. And in this particular group, it was about 50-some students who got their certifications in the core academics or the core curriculum at the Trades Academy. They were the ones who set up all the decorations, with the wood and whatnot, and they were the ones taking down. And from when we met them in the summer of last year, they were walking in like, "Oh, why am I here, man? I don't want to be here." And they had this attitude.
All right, so
now,
what it sounds like to me,
the attitude changed.
Well, so when we think in terms of vocational education, somebody needs to fix the car, somebody needs to, run some wire through a wall, somebody's got to take care of plumbing, somebody's got to do this. Is it possible that those fields need to be expanded? And guys, I spent enough time with the people over at GCC to know that the answer is yes. It is no longer just those, the main fields, construction-y kind of fields that you're going to get into. We definitely going to be doing IT. There's some great people doing some great work with cosmetology at Guam Community College, and they've got these great programs. You've got these great kids that I can imagine would be bored out of their skull in what traditional learning methods are. But all of a sudden, you put them into something. Wait, I get to play with your hair all day, and this is going to be fun. And I'll teach you how to do makeup and all of this. And then they've got something that they can turn into an actual career pretty much the day they graduate.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, and that's also one of our main strategies, is trying to, because whenever you're trying to look at new strategies, you want to strengthen what already works, right? And the GCC programs, clearly work. The problem with that is they're not at their full capacity, right? So you're not looking at the number of students that they could actually take. We want to be able to work with them, and we just had a meeting with them last week about how can we maximize some of those classes. Is it awareness? Is it scheduling? And one of those things is a scheduling problem. And I think part of that has to do with that traditional approach that we were talking about earlier, where you have to get your core academics done first. So we have a number of students who are, they don't pass English, they don't pass their math class or their science class. The priority is, okay, get them into makeup class for those courses, which precludes them or prevents them from taking the GCC courses. We're like, okay, you know what? In the States, what some school districts are doing is they're actually flipping that attitude, where they're saying, okay, we're not going to allow you to take the CTE courses yet until you finish your academics. Well, what if they flip that and did the CTE courses first, get them hooked, get them interested, to get them to a point where they're older, because that's something that we see on Guam too.
Well, just 75% of your educational day is going to be, fixing the computer or turning on, running lights. So we're going to give you the technical work for most of the day, but you can't leave until you do English. Sorry, you got to do the English work.
But you catch them first. You get them motivated first. And again, that's something that we're seeing in Guam is by the time the students get to their 16, 17, their age, they're more mature and they want to actually do better. But the problem is the way our system is set up. If they're missing so many credits, if you're missing 12 credits and you're already in your third year, it's really hard to catch up.
So this sounds intuitive. It sounds like you ought to be able to just press a button and then make it go.
I wish. I wish.
It is a big, massive ship that turns very, very slowly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of convincing. Every single person, from administrators to counselors to other teachers, you just really have to kind of convince a lot of people, show them the research, have them take a look at what we're currently doing. Yeah. And what's hard too is we don't want people to take offense to like, oh, so everything we're doing is terrible. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is kind of so far we're not as successful as we want it to be. Can we look towards ways of improving? And that's kind of the challenges.
And each one of those ideas is going to touch 100 different systems, and each one of those 100 different systems have got 200 people that were just fine the way it was.
Yeah.
We get into the other interesting model. Well, they're going to get paid whether the kid gets an A or a D. So why am I going to have to change things if I'm already at that level? You talk about core courses. How do we determine what those are? And for each CTE that we're going to get, are there core, what we would normally refer to as core courses that frankly we can throw out the window because they're not going to be used after?
So that's really hard to do. Removing courses are a lot harder than adding courses to the system. In fact, we just recently had that debate in 2017-18, relatively recent, where we were looking at high school graduation requirements, and what we were doing is we were addressing the CARES Act. The CARES Act, if you know Dr. Sam Mabini, right? When she was a senator, she passed the CARES Act.
Probably listening right now.
Oh, hopefully, yeah.
She's big on this topic.
Right on. And with the CARES Act being passed, it really did away with the concept of two tracks where you have a career track and then you have a college track where, we wanted to just have one track that could be diversified enough to support all students. So in that conversation, we had to decide how many courses of each subject is going to be taken, how many courses of science, social studies, and whatnot. And that was a really difficult debate because if you're coming from an academic standpoint, everybody wants to have their academic courses highlighted. 4 years of English, 4 years of math, 4 years of science, 4 years of social studies. Like, whoa, okay, that's already, that takes up a good number. Right? So right now we have about 18.
But if we're not preparing them for college,
that's kind of the point, right? So we kind of have 18. So there's 18 credits already spoken for, everything from social studies to science to art, music and so on. And then you have the 6 credits. We were able to protect the 6 credits of kind of open courses because of the GCC classes. Yeah. Where we said, you know what, if you make a 19th class required, you're going to shut out like 2 or 3 of the GCC courses. That means they're never going to be able to take those classes. So we were able to protect it to 6. I would hope to, if we can at least maintain that and never touch those 6, but removing required courses are really hard to do.
It sounds like that would be a major challenge anywhere. Look, wow, didn't even realize the time. Just after 9 o'clock in the morning. We're going to break away for Fox News, and then we're going to give you something to growl about. There's different ways that we are grading students these days. They're all different from when you and I were in school, and as the man said, change sucks. So we're going to talk about some of the changes that have been taking place, maybe while you weren't paying attention because COVID, et cetera. It's all ahead right here.
Those materials for bridges, highways, water pipes, and broadband be produced in the U.S., though there are waivers In cases where not enough domestic production meets needs or those materials cost too much. The goal, administration officials say, is to issue fewer waivers as U.S. manufacturing capacity increases.
Fox's Jared Halpern. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago says it will not criminally charge former police officer Jason Van Dyke, who was convicted of murder in the 2014 shooting of Laquan McDonald. In a news release, the U.S. Attorney's Office says the decision was made after consulting with the McDonald family. America's listening to Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
The Supreme Court reveals it will not weigh in on a teacher vaccine dispute.
The Supreme Court is not getting involved in a dispute over New York City's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for public school teachers and other staff. The High Court, without comment, declining to hear the lawsuit filed by 4 New York City public school employees over a policy in place last fall that says they need to be inoculated. Lower courts had previously allowed the policy to go into effect while litigation continued, and Justice Sonia Sotomayor had also rejected an emergency request that the policy be put on hold. 3 of the teachers involved in the case have been fired, and a 4th has taken extended leave. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
The man charged with raping and killing a woman in North Carolina nearly 50 years ago has died in a state prison while awaiting trial. Authorities say Larry Joe Scott was in the custody of the State Department of Public Safety due to medical conditions when he died Friday at a prison in Raleigh. A reported problem with some refrigerator doors.
A recall of 150,000 General Electric refrigerators. It was initiated because the appliances have freezer handles that can detach, which poses a fall hazard. The company has received more than 70 reports of the handle coming off, and a few people reportedly suffered serious injuries. The recalled refrigerators include 6 models with French doors and bottom freezers. They were sold at stores like Lowe's, Home Depot, and Best Buy from February 2020 through January of 2022. According to the recall, all known purchasers will be contacted directly by the company. CJ Papa, Fox News.
As the sounder Alex Jones battles defamation lawsuits over comments the Sandy Hook school shooting never happened, InfoWars has filed for bankruptcy protection, putting any civil litigation on hold. The company claims it has assets of $50,000 or less and estimated liabilities of $1 to $10 million. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Hoffaday, it's Kiko the Carabelle. My sister Pika and I are here to share some great news for moms and dads, and kids too. New programs to help working families with child care starts April 5th, and Mom says so many more families now qualify. Visit GuamChildcare.com for more information and to apply today.
Program Penilan is brought to Guam's working families by DPHSS, GIDA, Governor Julio Guerrero, and Lieutenant Governor Justin Ori.
This ad is paid for with federal funds administered by the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
My family and I trust the FHP Health Center because of our connection with the healthcare providers. The services are mostly under one roof, enabling a one-stop for all of my family's medical, urgent care, imaging, dental, vision, laboratory, and pharmacy needs. My family and I trust FHP Health Center. You can too. FHP accepts most insurance plans, TRICARE, Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1, or takecareasia.com. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. And what do they got for you at Wendy's these days? They've got this great new hot honey chicken biscuit. It spice up your morning, all white meat breakfast chicken filet. Then they drizzle it with honey, but it's a spicy honey sauce served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. It's the new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast at Wendy's.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Joe Cruz says that Joe Sanchez is the arm wrestling champ in our village. For sure. Is that a fact there?
You haven't heard about him, man?
I did not heard about him. John Ananich online. Annabelle Estrada is there. Valerie Carbolito. Hi, Valerie. Mike Grace Blas. When a teacher calls you stupid in Filipino, tarantado, that's the problem. Give your kids options. Enroll in ROTC. Helps with discipline, babysittings as well, so your kid's not out smoking pot and drinking out of 40s all day long. Patty Uggan is online. Joe Taitigui. Sambini Young. Thank you for talking about career readiness. The Guam Association for Career and Technical Education. She's in the program, and except for the fact that I wouldn't be able to say anything, I'd love to sit and listen in on a conversation between you and Sam, because she's made such a big investment in all of this. I know that there's some really cool things that are coming up down the road. Donna says we had a stronger workforce when GCC was also a vocational technical high school, and yeah. So, but here's you got a good with the bad, right? And here's the good with the bad issue that we have every once in a while. We say, let's get these kids and we'll put them in programs, and they'll teach them how to sling a hammer and pull a saw and turn a screwdriver, and we're going to get them all these construction skills and trades, and they will take their certification and file Chapter 777 and take that certification and go live in the States where they're going to get double or triple the salary that they're going to find here on Guam. I think prevailing wages don't necessarily support a whole lot of that kind of inspirational learning. We were talking, and we'll get to. I know you want to start with the critical race theory, and I know you want to get into the standards based grading. Yeah, we'll get into that over a couple of things. So the sense, and there's a word for it actually, the sense that I had from what it sounds like you would like to be able to arrange in terms of education and in terms of skills-based learning is something that sounds like an awful lot like a charter school. I don't know if that's a good word around you DOE guys, but it just has the feeling like, okay, we're going to put together, here's our curriculum, our primary curriculum. This is what our campus is going to be like, and we're going to be moving 75% towards trades of one kind or another, skill trades, computer trades, accounting trades, hands and construction trades, and then we're going to give you that 25-30% core learning that you need in order to finally get your certification, get a diploma on the way out. Why can't that be done with charter schools? Can we not? I mean, you can, right?
Yeah, I love charter schools. I mean, I love the model. The problem is the reason why the research doesn't support the concept of charter schools is because of what charter schools are. Charter schools are basically you create your programs and whatnot. So whenever you look at research, and this is one of the faults, I guess, with research, is there's always a good and there's always a bad. So when there's good and when there's bad, they cancel out and the research says nothing, right? So that makes it kind of a useless approach to analyzing whether or not charter schools are successful. What you need to do is take a look at what are the successful charter schools doing.
Yeah, well, it seems to me a smart guy would look at, what's the upside? Give me the list of pros and give me the list of cons, and then I'll decide what I like the most about it. Okay, so, cons. Here's a con. We were talking about this on the YouTube side. Okay, who decided which college they were going to based on the male to female ratios, right? So I mean, but that could be a con for somebody. Yeah, we like this model, but we're not crazy about the ratios between this kind of educator and that kind of educator. And you go, okay, well, that doesn't make any difference in my decision making.
Yes, I think in general, when you look at what charter schools could potentially do, and it doesn't even have to be charter schools, even just within the public school system, if we can have an attitude of innovation, an attitude of, accepting the possibility of change that makes sense, and not always having to hold to, well, this is how we've always done it, then I think it creates that spirit of innovation, that spirit of, moving forward. Charter schools actually allow systems to do it faster, where they say you create your charter and you go crazy with it, and then you have your set of
because it's the ground
criteria.
up. You're not trying to turn around a big ship. You're actually creating little sailboats and skiffs out there in the same educational ocean.
Which is why I don't because I know that on Guam there was that option to convert a regular school into a charter school. To me, that probably wouldn't have been the best route because, obviously, if you're trying to change a school to a charter school, you're changing the attitude, and that's going to take a lot longer versus just
it's that people
starting
thing.
from
It's that people thing that we were talking about, wasn't it? Yeah, anywhere you're going to get people, it's going to be clumsy and cumbersome conversations one way or the other. It continues to be an interesting conversation. I'd love to see where all of this can go. Ask you a question that not necessarily related to all of this, but it kind of is you think about the mental capabilities of some of your students. We know what things are going to be like in elementary. We know what things are going to be like when they start getting into the 6th and 7th grade. And I became a proponent. And I can't remember exactly what the genesis of it was. You'll remember, of course. But there was a time, I want to say it was Simon Sanchez or JFK students, and the 9th graders were left on their own. It was we couldn't fit anybody and we couldn't fit all the students into school. So he said, okay, 9th graders for these schools, you're just going to be on your own. There's no 6th or 7th grade, 7th and 8th graders, but there are no sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And these kids were in this 9th grade academy practically over the course of a year. And when the numbers came back, it was astonishing how well they did because they did not have the same kind of maturing societal pressures that they normally would have if they were still in middle school and big shots 9th graders the big shots on the campus versus 9th graders in high school, which are basically nothing on the campus, and they get bullied and they get beat up all the time, or at least I did. So it led me the conclusion that I drew from that as a layman was maybe we ought to just make it so that we have a 9th grade academy all the time for these kids so that they can become the young adults that they will eventually be in high school, but don't necessarily need to worry about the pressure coming from the juniors and the seniors and the sophomores. Did my question make sense? Where I'm headed?
Yeah, I do. And I do remember that time because I think I remember.
I think you published the numbers.
I remember it being Sanchez, and I think I was coaching at Sanchez at that time as a volleyball coach. And you're right. The freshmen were actually in the afternoon. And there were a lot of positive. I don't know if that was done on purpose, curriculum-wise. I can't remember.
No, I think it was accidental. I think the whole thing was just
they didn't have
scheduling.
enough
We didn't have enough classroom.
Yeah, so they had to for operational purposes separate them, and then it ended up coming with some positive results. I think that's definitely something we need to look at because right now we have training with the high schools to discuss the concept of career academies. We have several schools that still have the freshman academy, but they're physically still together with the other students. So I know Southern does it. I know George Washington High School does it. I'm not too sure to what extent all the schools do it. They would probably have different strategies, but the idea of keeping them in an academy format where there's groups of students that share teachers that are able to focus on their supports, does show a lot of promising potential. That's why the whole concept of career academies is something we're moving towards, with our schools where the students are actually part of a smaller learning community. So it's not just this one big high school that they have to show up and they just kind of go through the motions.
Do we have the teachers to support that?
In some cases we do.
Yeah.
We would have to do it with our own teachers, right? So it's a combination of working together with GCC to utilize their teachers for the CTE part and then use our teachers for the academic part. In some cases, it would just be configuring the schedules that way. It's a little difficult sometimes.
Tricky, but it's been done. My recollection is that if you wanted to take an electronics course in 1979, 1980 from GCC, you actually showed up for the night school basically at John F. Kennedy. Was the way that worked out. So
so it is going to require some kind of coordination with those schools, and that's why, like I said, with our strategic plan, a lot of it is going to be coordinating with GCC, looking at what our schedules are now, trying to promote the whole concept that we discussed. And if you look at what the benefits could be, they have higher completion rates, meaning students actually complete school better. They have higher scores. And I think part of that is not just the academics that's being taught, but if students are more motivated to stay in school and actually do well, they're going to learn something. I mean, it's unavoidable.
What do we got to do to convince people that getting a free education in America is actually a really, really good thing?
Yeah.
That's why people flock to the United States, is that they can get their kids in American schools for whatever you want to say. Oh, American schools suck. Well, you will get all kinds of people that say, well, you're not going to school in South America. You're not going to school in the third world. Just wait until you've got somebody that's got smart boards in front of you and we've computerized this, that, and the other. And I recognize that some of that might be from a lack of interest on the parents' part. So, from your perch inside as deputy of the Department of Education, what do we got to do to motivate the parents more? To bring them into the process.
Yeah, that is always an issue.
I mean, if our goal is, I want our parents to be as involved as they are at St. John's and at Harvest and Dodea, how do we fulfill that goal in the Department of Education?
Yeah, so, especially with this past COVID period, we've seen record number of increases in parents that are engaged. The challenge is that wasn't all across the population, right? So we definitely saw more parents be involved, more parents communicated with their teachers, more parents used their emails, more, some parents even helped stay with their kids during online classes and things like that. So we did see an increase in interest and support from parents. But, as I mentioned, that's not across the board. It wasn't with all families. It wasn't with all, subgroups.
Ethnic breakdowns.
And we believe that part of that has to do with some of the challenges that these families experience. So we think from our end, some of our strategies on our end is looking at ways to reach out, to these families. That came up, with a lot of recommendations where, are we looking at alternative ways to connect with these families? For example, the migrant community, they have a very strong church structure.
Yes.
Right. But, we have this traditional belief that we have to separate church and state. Well, I mean, yeah, but for them, church is social too. So can we start, reaching out into these churches and use those social structures as an opportunity for us to get into their communities. Unfortunately, there's, they have a very good structure or a strong structure when, one of their own die.
Yes.
High school students or whatever, the high school, the microregional high school students come together. They even have this way to do it at that St. Augustine Funeral Home where they'll meet at McDonald's and you have Sanchez students and JFK students and all of them get together and they all walk in together. Well, you would be amazed that people are not fighting there. They don't fight. They don't have arguments. I mean, it's very peaceful. And under normal circumstances, in a educational environment, you'd be like, oh my gosh, what's going on with you have these hundred students.
The same with the village rivalries that we used to have back in the day.
Yeah. So if we use these organizations to actually reach out and communicate with them, get information to them, build that trust and relationship. With them. And we're also talking about not just migrant communities, but, also communities who live in poverty, students, parents who are experiencing homelessness.
Well, we got a growing problem here with crystal methamphemethamphetamine, and I agree with Stephen Ignacio. I think generally all of our problems, and I'm sure that we can identify problems in education with the parents, with the kids, unfortunately, that stem from, drug abuse, alcohol abuse of some kind or another in their family.
Yeah, absolutely. And building that trust and working with these families, and if there are families that are in that situation, trying to find help for them or ways that they can, get additional supports, because we believe that only by connecting with them and building that trust with them, that they can actively be partners with us in their kids' education. Yeah. In fact, sometimes the strategies that we're asking for, or the things that we're asking them to do, are not necessarily difficult. Like, number one, just make sure they get to school. I was asked this,
how about that?
I was asked this question in January, right? And
it finally turned the truancy rules back on.
Yeah, it was, and the reporter asked me, what would be the number one strategy that the parents could do, or what was the one way that parents can help? I said, well, send your kids to school. Send them to school every day. I said, and then she said, no, seriously. I said, no, I'm serious. It was already January, in the mid-January, and by then we were already face-to-face 5 days a week for over a month. but we still had students coming every other day and whatnot. We're like, why are you doing that? And we wanted to make sure that, look, you need to be in school. And this is what the teachers are telling us. 2 weeks ago, we met with teams of teachers coming, because we're doing this whole thing with standards, right? And we have teachers, again,
I'm getting there.
And, they're all giving us the same sentiment. When students show up and they're there every day, we're seeing substantial progress. They're learning the material. They're actually, picking up, where they quote unquote left off. So there's a lot of positive outcomes when they show up. It's the inconsistency and the students who are inconsistent, where they're having challenges, where they're not actually learning the material. They have to repeat instruction.
And the inconsistencies stem from all kinds of different factors in their lives,
exactly.
and even the price of gasoline in some cases might be a factor in determining whether or not the kids are all going to be able to make it to school today, if for no other reason just to get something to eat. So we're talking about standards, and that's where the conversation initially started. It stemmed from a conversation with a listener who was overseeing, looking over. Her child is homeschooled. Another child in the family was currently going to school in the Department of Education, and then faced with the change in the standards. When I was a little boy, this score equals A, this score equals B, this score equals C, this score equals D, and anything lower than that, and I'm going to get beat to smithereens by my folks for not applying myself in school. So the minimum allowable grade for me in any class was a C. Obviously, we were striving for A's, and so we are all conditioned now in the world of, there's the number, that's the grade that goes with the number, and now we've got this new standards-based that you explained to me before last week, and we're going to go over it again for those of you that missed the conversation, because this is the future of education. As we take a look at where we've been traditionally, and make the comparisons between what does 1 mean versus the D, what does 2 mean versus the C. So I'll leave you to that. Break it down for me.
Well, I would start with a question. So when you got your A, B, or C, I would ask, what did that mean? I would say, well, okay, so A obviously
I got to
is
see.
the
I
best.
didn't study hard enough. I didn't turn in my homework. Sister was mad at me, and I took it out on the dog ate my homework. I missed opportunities to keep my grades at A, so that's why I ended up with a C.
Yeah, so I think the best way to say it is traditional grading is not necessarily one big set of common practices. They are just kind of ways that the grade is reported out that is really left up to each particular teacher. So I think anybody who's been to school knows that the first thing you kind of have to do, the first thing you have to do if you care about your grades, is try to figure out how the grading system works for that particular teacher.
Yes.
Right? It's like, okay, well, how am I going to get an A in this class, and what do I need to do, and so on. So we know that it's different for every teacher. Every teacher has, okay, this is going to be quizzes, this is going to be tests, this is going to be so-and-so. In some cases, these are the assignments, and then you kind of total up that grade, and then you get a certain percentage.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with that is when you do it teacher by teacher, it becomes really inconsistent, and the meaning of that final grade really becomes questionable. Right, you've heard many times, right, the statement that, well, how is it possible that we have top 10 students who are going to the University of Guam and the Guam Community College, and then they test into remedial math or they test into remedial English? Well, we suspect part of that is the fact that the grades don't necessarily align to particular skills. And that's, we talked about that the last time we spoke.
It's good at taking the test, or good at doing the homework,
yeah,
or good at guessing C is the right answer this time, because C was the right answer, or the D was the answer on the other question.
So, the alignment or the correlation between actual grades and actual student achievement is questionable at best, where, the research actually cancels out, where in some cases it correlates, in a lot of cases it doesn't. So standards-based grading is really is a method that tries to align the curriculum, the instruction, and your assessment system with what is actually supposed to be achieved by the student. So, for example, I don't know, I'm just going to throw something out there. I'll use the 30 example, where a student has to count to 30. Right? If that's a particular standard for that particular grade, the idea is that standard is important, that student needs to learn it, therefore our instruction needs to teach it, and when we grade it, the grade should be a reflection of whether or not the student can actually achieve that particular standard. And it's not where it's just summative, meaning it's the grade that you get at the end of the grading period. the whole concept of formative assessment is that over time, we want that student to improve, just like any learning model that you could.
Well, until they get to the terminal goal.
Better.
So I mean, so I know how to count to 10. Does that mean that I get a third of the grade, or do I get I get the 4 because the concept of counting from 1 to 10 is the same as counting from 1 to 30?
The intent is not to stop at 10, right? So let's say the standard for that particular grade is 30, right? This is just an example.
Yeah.
I know I got teachers right now, if they're listening, they're probably like, Joe, that's not a standard. But I'm just using this as an example. So if it's 30 and you're trying to get to 30, the instructional time that you're using with the student is trying to get the student to get up to 30. And so 30 would be basically hour 3. Is we're saying, okay, did you meet the standard or not? If you come close to the standard, there'll probably be a 2. And that's another fact. The criteria that is used for each of those scales is not arbitrary. It's not something that each teacher makes up. We have a really rigorous process where the teachers actually get together.
Which sounds
and
opposite
of
what
the expectations are.
Because when we started talking about 1 to 4 and 4 is good, it sounded like it was arbitrary. It sounded like it was going to be something that would be subjective to each of the teachers. But if we know for this class, these are the standards-based goals, and it's the same on Guam, it's the same in Saipan, it's the same in California, same in Washington, then we've got a better, in my mind, a better platform for which to be able to grade whether the students are there or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming to that clarity of the curriculum and clarity of expectation that actually makes the evaluation and the grade more accurate. It's basically more accurate. It's more consistent. The integrity of the grade, goes up. Versus, it's done individually by every teacher who ends up deciding, what the criteria is. And, I'll give you an example of the whole subjectivity versus objective. When people talk about percentages, there's this belief, that's objective. He gets 10 out of whatever, you can just calculate that.
Yeah.
We can't confuse mathematical calculations with precision when it comes to an evaluation, because a teacher, if I were to, let's say it's a 10-item test, we're using percentages. We're saying, that's you're not on a 100-point scale there. You're looking at, each item is basically 10 points. So your grade is going to be 10, 20, 30, 40, all the way up to 100. If it's a 20-item test, you're looking at 5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, right? So just because you could mathematically calculate a percent, that doesn't mean you're being more precise in the measurement. It just means that, you can calculate the percent, which you could do whenever you put numbers together.
One of my favorite teachers was a guy that gave us 20, 30, 40 question tests because that meant that I could afford to lose more of those because the percentage would change from somebody that just and John Forbes did this at Father Duenas. He'd take out a sheet of paper and write 1 to 10 on it or 1 to 5 on it. So you blow 3 questions and that's it. That's 70 for the test and 70 for the grade. Even though I might know the concepts behind it, I wasn't able to remember it correctly.
So that's actually another aspect to that, is trying to find ways that students are able to provide multiple types of evidence. So some students may not, that multiple choice test works well for things like math, things like, that have a yes or no answer or things like that. But that's not always the best route to take when it comes to other types of evaluations, things that require critical thinking.
Well, I was going to say critical
skills,
thinking is very, very
like
important. We'll get to talking about that because even people online are saying that's one of the things that we've stopped teaching kids is critical thinking. We were talking about this last hour, and the kids have kind of given up.
Part of that is the fact that our assessment systems require multiple choice tests. So multiple choice tests, you have to craft it very carefully, for it to be higher order thinking. I mean, now the tests that are coming out, for example, we're moving to Smarter Balance. Those tests, because they're computer based, actually require more thinking than traditional multiple choice tests. I mean, ultimately the response is going to be a multiple choice response, but because the computer system allows you to think through certain things, and in some cases it's multiple steps. So as opposed to our regular traditional multiple choice test, you have a question, you have an answer, you have a question, you have an answer. These new tests nowadays actually have them do things on the system that you end up coming up with.
So we drive to the answer.
So you try to get to the answer through multiple steps and problem solving.
Are there courses that are better suited to standards-based grading?
Oh yeah. Yeah, anything that requires a performance, anything that requires demonstration of Actually, it's almost everything.
Like history, you either know it or not. When was the Battle of 1812? Where did Napoleon?
Well, see, with the social studies, we're also trying to move away with just factual memorization of facts and information, right? So, like, how important are dates and particular people versus how important is it for them to understand what happened and the relationship of things that happened at that time and what were the lessons that we learned from it, right? Like, do we need to learn all the dates of what happened during the civil rights and all of the different generals, or do we need to understand Civil War, right? Or do we need to
understand the nature of the conflict?
Exactly, right? So those things, in some cases can be just deduced to a multiple choice. Other times it's going to require, other types of assessment. So with standards-based grading and you have those levels, you're looking at a variety of evidence that students can produce to actually show they know something, right? Or they know the skill that
I
you're
got
trying
the gist here, of what it was that you were trying to teach me.
Present something, right? So any type, I think all courses, work well with standards-based grading, but I think it's more what particular topics it will be stronger. Math is a little bit more straightforward because you're trying to come up with a response, but at the same time, I know that some people criticize.
Well, it's linear; it either is or is not right.
Yeah, but what's also important about math, and math people will tell you this, is it's not just the answer, it's how you get to the answer and what thought process you actually go through in order to solve that problem. Because in some cases, there's multiple ways that you could set up your algorithms so that you come up with the actual right response, right? So, those are things that traditional grading is just silent on. Like it doesn't talk about general alignment. It doesn't talk about specifically what students are supposed to learn. It really just focuses a lot on the work. Like, is the work completed? And did you do it? Did you turn it in? What did you calculate?
How do you feel about homework? And I'll break it down. Break it down into different places. Curriculum guy, right? Yeah. So how do you feel about homework in elementary school? How do you feel about homework in middle school? How do you feel about homework in high school? The three branches, right? Because it just seems to me that there's a whole lot of homework for kids that have already been in school for 8 hours a day. Yeah. I think a lot of that is just make work for the kids and doesn't necessarily contribute to their understanding of what it is they're supposed to. I'm fighting for your kids, guys. I'm fighting for the kids to have their afternoons back.
Yeah, so there's a lot of studies out there, and there's a lot of literature out there that talk about what is the function of homework, and the function of homework really could be mainly for practice. Is you either use it for practice or you use it for preparation for the next day or whatnot, but to actually keep it as something that's regularly counted into your grade, which makes it requirement, is kind of a difficult sell, because number one, across the board, people are going to interact with homework differently. Right, there's going to be some families and some students who can do it. They have a place to do it at home. They actually have that.
Got a computer waiting for them. Got an internet.
Yeah. There's other families that don't necessarily have that ability to do that. Right, so it creates that that disparity amongst students. Now, is that necessarily bad? It's just a condition of life. That's just how life is. It's a matter of how we use the results from that. So I don't think we should deny students who are able to do homework the ability to do that, right? So
I say extra credit for the nerds. Extra credit for the nerds if they want to, but otherwise it shouldn't count against me if I decide that I want to go home after the end of my day of slogging into and out of classrooms, and I just want to watch TV. I don't want to get into the rest of this stuff, and if I do, it's there for me. It's an option. Now I know that there.
I want to get back to extra credit though.
Okay,
but go ahead.
But it just occurs to me that different schools and different areas in the schools, like elementary school kids, I think homework is lost on them completely. I think when we start talking about what happens in middle school as we get a little bit more involved in some of the subjects that you need to have an aptitude for. It's not just memorization. It's not just rote. It's not just practice. You've actually got to have an aptitude for something. I think that's where maybe a little bit more homework, a little bit more testing is going to be more beneficial until they get to college scene.
We haven't spoken about this, have we? But that's exactly what the whole concept is. When we talk in the education system about interventions, we have to remind ourselves that the interventions and supports are not only for struggling students. They are also for students who may be advanced, or maybe right on track. And for the advanced part, that's where we say, to teachers, homework, again, make it available, because there are students who want to do homework. Yeah. There are students who want to do homework. There are students who want to excel. There are students who are, performing above the standard. And it would really be unethical for us to say, okay, I'm glad that you're at the standard, but can you just wait for everybody else? That's not, that's not right. You have to provide these students with challenging work. So, again, homework, it needs to be available because, there are students out there who want to do that work.
Well, and I think the more competitive kids will gravitate towards that. They will gravitate towards that. And we're going to be in a competition between the Santos kid, the Cruz kid, the Chin kid, and the Wong kid. And all four of them are going to be trying to, every single scrap of extra credit that they can get, they're going to, because I want our grade point averages to be fought over in several decimal places.
And that's the attitude that we want to instill in students. A lot of time, and this really pains me because I've heard this so many times from some of our top students.
We got to embarrass them every once in a while. Why? You know what? You're the same age. Why are you dumber than him? How come? He works harder in school than you do. You should work harder, and then you can be as smart as him.
I'm going to say something that
I'm a Catholic.
I don't know.
The Catholic schools.
I don't know if there's some teachers who are going to be upset with me saying this, but we know that this happens where a lot of our top students gravitate away from AP classes and they want to move towards the honors classes. So the honors classes and the AP classes offer the same points for the additional points in school. So we had a number of students who are honor students who say, you know what, I'm going to take the honors class because the honors class is easier. And I don't want to take the AP class because it's too hard. But I can just get the points anyway for the honors class.
Ding, ding, ding.
Because a lot of times they focus on the grade. They focus on the grade. They focus on the highest grade. With standards-based grading, you can't just focus on the grade. You have to focus on the standard. Because you mastering the standard is going to result in a higher grade.
It's fascinating conversation.
So going back to the homework is, we don't give extra credit, right? So the whole concept of extra credit is just points for points' sake. But the extra credit part is the extra learning. If you're and we tell our students this all the time,
it's a word John used one of the last times I interviewed. He talked about enrichment.
Yeah.
And for me, that was the concept of, wait a second, studying so I can be better in my class for next year. Nah, I'm going to go watch TV, going to go hang out at the beach with my friends.
That's what we want the fort to be. We want the fort to be exceeding the standard. We want to raise the integrity of the A. Because if too many students, I turned it in and I got 100%, so I will expect an A. Well, if you got 100% on something that's at level 2 work, you're not going to get the A. You have to perform level 3 work, and if you go beyond that standard, that's when you get the level 4. So we believe over time, if we continue to strengthen that expectation, then the A is going to be a real A. That means the student exceeded what the expectations were for that class.
Joe Sanchez, Department of Education Deputy in charge of, what was it again? Holidays and curriculum and construction. We need to take a quick break. When I return, there's a bunch of comments that are coming in on the Facebook Live that I want to talk about. Donna Mila says, we got to get the kids out from the four walls every once in a while and drag them out kicking and screaming into the sunshine so that they can breathe some free air. There's that. Pam Duvall with some great thoughts on museums and things geared for learning and the like. We'll talk about that as the program continues with Joe after these.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East-West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Oh, fight. What's that? Give the teachers back the ability to discipline, but teachers need to understand if their discipline is proper and right in the context of the situation, because there are silly teachers. I had some of those guys. Booney Dog Chamorro says, I suffer from ADD. That's avoiding dumb decisions. Yeah, but every once in a while you're going to get stuck. Somebody's going to give you one just anyway. Oh, God. The subject of homework, you're going to have to read up some of these comments. The students know this. They gang up on the new teacher, especially because they know they'll receive a 70 passing grade if they can drive the teacher to quit. It's horrific and sad. We didn't necessarily gang up on the teacher. It's one of my favorite, Ray Gibson educational stories. But I knew that in some cases, sometimes the teachers were there just like some of the students to put in the absolute minimum, and without, let's make it through the course without having to call the police or your parents, one or the other. So what I would do is I would negotiate with the teacher. I'd say, all right, here's the way I want it. We're going to grade on the curve. Can we do that? Yes, we'll grade on the curve. And then can we make it so that 92 at 92, if anybody's got 92 average for the class, then we don't have to take the final exam. Oh, okay, that sounds good. And can we make it so that you throw out the lowest grade on any of our tests? So I've worked this thing out. So if you just tried a little bit, you would be able to get out of the class with at least, an 89, 90 or something like that, which was better than a failing grade that I would have had if they'd have kept my lowest grades, or if I'd taken a chance on the final, knowing how well I prepared for tests. And there were teachers that would buy that kind of thing. Pam Duvall says, deport. Okay. Mike Grace Bloss, television promotes literacy. See, these are all the kinds of things that you can get, to go to doctor school on. Frank Menno, society's problems come from the home front. Children who grow up undisciplined mostly will grow up undisciplined to become adults. Broken homes and drug abuse are among the worst, and the children are suffering. That is absolutely true. But you know what? There are kids that are rising above these situations. It sounds like it ought to be a movie with Edward James Olmos or something like that, but there are kids that have got the smarts, and if given half of the opportunity, would absolutely blow you away. Back to Pam's comments. Our kids need museums geared for learning, measuring tables, magnet tables, art walls that can be washed off at the end of the day, musical instruments, and jungle gyms made out of recycled materials. Be outside the class, think outside the class as well. And so we say those things, right? And they resonate.
Yeah.
But as we go back to the beginning of the conversation, you've only got so much time in an academic day. And you've got these core classes that we need to have in front of the kids before we can start talking about the opportunities for some of these other non-core classes or skills-based training and things like that. So at some point you've got to, as you say in your strategic plan, we got to learn to be creative. We got to learn to be flexible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of it too is trying not to create a dichotomy where it has to be core or this or something else. But how do we merge everything together so that we create a comprehensive experience for students? And a lot of that's going to require attitude change, right? For example, in our English classes, we don't write for the sake of writing. We don't read for the sake of reading. Can we make the reading more purposeful?
Yeah.
In terms of content. Can we make the more writing more purposeful in terms of content? Same thing with the mathematics. It's not just doing the equations and doing the problems for the sake of doing the problems, but how do we actually use the math to solve real world problems, in real life?
Projects, man.
Same thing. Exactly. Oh, man.
Projects,
exactly.
bro.
Project-based learning, where you're actually trying to solve a problem, where you're actually trying to engage with a particular issue. Sometimes you can't solve the problem, but you're engaging students in
Sister
the
Mary
trumpet.
David, if you ever had one of her classes, not everybody was special, but she would do project-based learning. And one of them I was so disappointed because I didn't get to do it. Carl Leon Guerrero got to do this. Old school names I'm going to throw out. 7th grade, St. Anthony School, and Sister David gave him the project of we need to paint the basketball court. Exactly how much paint do we need to cover the basketball court with 2 coats of paint? And so he's out there and he's got a wheel and he's got measuring tape and the mathematics to figure out just how many square feet we have and how much will 5 gallons cover and all of this just all of the other stuff. And it was I felt like I was, because I didn't get that. I didn't get the project, but I was like, I want to be able to do that. There's I forget what it is at GCC. There's a test that you take. It's not. You know which one I'm talking about.
Oh, the work keys?
Work keys.
Yes.
Work keys. And I absolutely loved that. It was the most enjoyable test I ever took. Not because I surpassed everyone's expectations, because everybody thinks I'm just dumb. But not because of that, but it was because they'd give you these, mental projects in your head. They'd give you the equivalent of, this will do this, and then they'd show you the formula. Here's the formula. Plug in the numbers in the formula, and bang, 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 you got the answer to the question. That's so much fun when we get a chance to do that with the kids, their needs. But again, you go back to the thing: how much time do we have, and does that become homework, or is that extra credit, or what?
Well, the idea is, I think, with the push to raise scores, and we have to acknowledge that test scores aren't everything. They don't measure everything that we want to say is important for students, but they are an important indicator, in general, especially when you're trying to compare and see how we do against our mainland counterparts or even our counterparts in the region. But the idea of making sure that your curriculum is engaging, making sure that students are actually, participating and actually doing the work. They actually want to be there. They're motivated. We believe that when you do all that, they're going to learn. I mean, that's just the idea. That's the main idea. You don't have to belabor the core and say, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to test you on this. We're going to have you work on this and so on, where it's just not engaging. It's just focused on test-taking skills, or you're just focusing on the actual standards themselves, and then hoping that those help test scores rise. We believe that engagement is going to help test scores rise. We
When's the
believe
last
that
time?
motivation is going to help test scores rise. We believe that student focus and interest is going to help test scores rise. And we just have to kind of break away from that fear of trying new things. If students go to the museum and students actually participate in things outside and they're engaged in class, it's going to increase their learning in all of
make
the
them
other things.
want to go back to class and say, guess what I did over the weekend? Let me show you this trick I learned at the bar.
Exactly.
So much crazy fun. When was the last time you were in a classroom? Do you get you get classroom time? You ever get go in there and just
2 weeks ago?
Really?
Yeah.
What did you teach?
Oh, to teach? No,
Yes,
not to teach. Yeah, so not a long time. Gosh, over 10 years.
Because you're like theory dude up at the curriculum level. You're like deputy level, but I mean, every once in a while you got to climb down.
It's been a long time since I've actually taught in the classroom.
Yeah,
but,
well, you climb down from the Sistine Chapel and clean, paint the kitchen.
Well, I remember when I did teach. The last time I taught was, I think, in 2003. Right, that was my actual teaching duties. But I remember how the students were then. I remember how challenging they were then. I remember the issues that we had to deal with back then. So I can, obviously, fast forward over 15 years later, I know that those challenges are much more difficult. In terms of attention, in terms of the technology that we didn't have to worry about. Them being focused on their cell phones.
In 2000, you were still in 2000 you still had chalk in your hands, and now
we had whiteboard markers back then.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Not for every
class of 80. All right. Now Harvey Egna, Biba, soon to be Senator Harvey Egna, brings up a point. You'd mentioned it somewhere in the conversation. This long meandering conversation that we had. It says kids come out of school knowing almost nothing about insurance, banking, loans, renting an apartment, applying for credit, et cetera, et cetera. And you were talking about there are voices that say that we're doing a disservice to our kids by not giving them some kind of what's referred to as financial literacy. And I would take that a step further. I think there needs to be something in high school similar to what I took in college that gave me a little bit of legal literacy. So I had a fairly clear understanding of what the laws are, what you should or should not do in polite society. And maybe there needs to be some of that kind of thing. What would be the challenge of inserting that into your programs?
Yeah, again, like I mentioned, when you have kind of like a finite amount of coursework that's allowed within a system, you have to kind of have to focus on actually what is core curriculum and what is actually required versus what has to be kind of taken away.
Well, we can stick some of that in math.
No, I agree, and that's what we're looking at now. Is there's been this push for life skills, and we're in agreement with that because we believe that in order for a student to be successful in adult life, you can't just focus on academics or college or even job job readiness skills. You have to be, ready kind of all around. Traditionally, people would think that would be more for the family, but we're in agreement that around this time, there's a lot of families who are not able to provide that type of support and teaching to their students. So that's something that we have to consider.
There's and I was trying to remember the reading program that I took when I was a kid, and basically you'd stick you in a room, and here's a box, pull out a story, and
SRA.
SRA.
Reading Rainbow Ray.
What?
Reading Rainbow.
Hey, drill for skill, bro. Yeah, but SRA, I was a student from SRA. It is amazing. 50 years later, there's still stuff I remember that I had read in those little SRA folders. You take the test, you fill in another square on the deal. And I thought that was a great way to integrate a little bit of financial knowledge, a little bit of world knowledge, a little bit of history, some concepts, and reading, and then retention, being able to say, okay, did you read it? Yes, I did. What did you learn from it? And take these little Quizlets on it. And it seemed to me that would make a good kind of integration. Do they still use that model?
So SRA is still available, but a lot of it is electronic now. So we have electronic interventions that students actually take on the computer. So we have like iExcel, we have MobiMax. They're similar. They're similar in that it allows students to practice those particular skills in reading or the particular skills in mathematics. But going back to the other part of your question, kind of ensuring that we are embedding content into these literacy skills rather than just having general literacy skills just for being able to read, but what are they actually reading and what actually information is actually provided to the students. But with the financial literacy piece, we're looking at more certification routes, meaning you might not need an entire course, right? So what we're looking at, in fact, just coincidentally, I was talking to Dr. Sam Mabini about this, is
she's online one.
Looking at what are some things that students need to know that don't necessarily need to be a course. We don't need to turn everything into a class, right, that you're going to take all year. But, can you get what is the most important points regarding financial literacy that a student at that age will need to have when they graduate from high school? How do you fill out, a loan application? What information needs to go into your credit report and all of that, and the importance of credit and all of those things don't necessarily need to be a class, but it definitely is something that we want to offer our students so that they can gain those skills.
And I can't remember the genesis of it, but there was a time at Father Duenas where we stopped doing regular English and literacy, and we spent the entire time writing business letters and various forms of correspondence for communication, and that was one of that was the thing. When you graduate, you will know how to write a letter to a prospective employer. You will know how to write a letter.
Those can easily be integrated into our traditional quote unquote core classes.
Look like English to me. 9:53, and this is the part where I think I'm asking you to put the headphones on and welcome very quickly Dr. Sam Mabini to the program. And I hope I've done this interview right with Joe. It just seems to me that there's a lot happening in education right now. A lot more parents are interested, as he points out, because they had to sit over the shoulders of the kids on the online learning, had to sit over their shoulders as they help with the actual curriculum in the that was brought home with them. So I think there's a lot more people that are interested and want to know more. What can you add to the conversation there, Doc?
Well, I have to say that I love Sister David, and I had the same assignment you had. and I also had Sister Peter, who really encouraged me to take accounting courses when I was in academy. And that kind of set the trajectory towards my interest in numbers and finance or accounting in general. But yeah, it was actually my private school education that really helped me focus on careers. And we weren't even talking about college. And I think that's what, and Joe and I have had this conversation multiple times, and also with you, Ray, about helping us change that narrative and focus on the careers. And then we'll figure out along the way what education or career pathways, education pathways, training pathways students can take. But we got to get them passionate about what they want to, what careers are really out there that could really bring them that level of career satisfaction and give them a living wage.
Well, so I talked to a guy over the weekend, probably makes 3 times as much money as I do, and he's, in fact, you know him, and I said, what do you do for a living? He says, I dig holes. but he must be the best hole digger that there is on Guam. He's got a nice house, a bunch of fine cars, a beautiful woman at his side, and blisters from digging holes or watching guys dig holes. So there's a lot to be said about going on a vocational track into something that will take you into a place where you've got some great income earning opportunities.
Well, I think the gentleman you're speaking with actually shares the same career as Bear. And they actually are in the business of munitions and explosives, and so they're
digging holes to blow stuff up. The way we oversimplify everything on the radio. We got to deconstruct everything just for me.
Well, you're right. You're right. And you know what fascinates me about their career is there's so much science behind it. And so much technology behind it. And, most people wouldn't think about that, about digging holes. But my goodness, when they start talking their talk, I right over my head. But, going back to, what Joe has been speaking about, what you guys have been chatting about, I really commend the department for looking, reviewing again what standards, updates and standards, and the focus again on my passion, which is career readiness.
Yeah.
And regarding the financial literacy, I know Joe and I were talking about how there are ways that the teachers could integrate through modules different financial literacy, education or training. And so we just introduced it through the Guam ACTE. These are free resources to our teachers. And Ray, I got to tell you, the people who are backing these curriculum or the training modules are people like the Football Federation, the U.S. Football Federation, United Way, even the CEO of LinkedIn, because they want to support teachers because they know that this is something that they want. They know that employers are wanting to have students walk out with these skills. So they threw a lot of money to developing this, and through ACTE, we're now delivering this to teachers. So we're really excited that some teachers have already integrated this, one at Simon Sanchez in particular.
Well, with only a couple of minutes left on, is it easy to do what she's talking about, where you kind of, we've got the coursework is laid out, here's the book that we're going to be teaching from, and oh, by the way, here comes somebody, and they're bringing in, a module from an ACT. How is that something that you can fold into the program almost immediately?
Well, remember we talked about earlier, I wish we could just press a button and make everybody kind of do it.
Right.
It takes a lot of convincing and changing of the mindsets, because number one is we have to kind of come to the agreement that it's important. We have to come to the agreement of how we can integrate it into the system. So I believe it's possible. But yeah, it is something that it's going to require changing the mindset of folks. Where
very quickly, is that something that a teacher can decide in the classroom, or is that something that she's got?
Oh yeah.
Oh, she does not have to approach you. Yeah. He doesn't have to approach you on his knees saying, can I do this in class?
In fact, this is one thing that we try to tell principals and teachers is, hey, if you want to be innovative, go crazy and do it. Don't wait for us. Because the last thing you want to do is, wait for us to come up with an idea if you already have that going. So we encourage folks to be innovative and
absolutely
look at these resources.
I'm looking at the clock, and as usual, I've got 1,000 other things in my head. In the States, they're fighting about critical race theory, and I know that there was a conversation around here where we wanted to talk about putting together curriculum and ideas to teach Chamorro history. And I said, is that going to come out as cultural race theory here on Guam? Is this going to be a piece of curriculum that creates victims and heroes and slave drivers on Guam? So we're going to need to have another conversation, Joe, when we come back. Because I heard some of the names that were involved in the curriculum conversation, and I said, oh Lord, here we come. It feels like it's going to be one-sided. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. Sam, I gotta run things. Maybe I need to bring back a concept called Chalk Talk.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Sure, why not? Well, because I don't know the rights to the title. But anyway, I'll talk to you soon. Joe, thanks so much for coming in. Joe Sanchez, deputy with the Department of Education. I knew it was going to be an eye-opener. I hope everybody enjoyed it, and I hope you come back.
Please invite me whenever you want.
Gotcha.
I love it. Thank you so much.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning. KUSG Agana, headquarters for Fox News Live.
The battle for Donbass. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the Russian offensive in the east is underway, as there are reports of at least 7 killed in Lviv in a series of missile attacks.
There were missile strikes outside of Lviv city center last month, but the city has been considered relatively safe until today. The mayor called today's attack genocide.
Fox's Matt Finn in Lviv. The Donbass is Ukraine's mostly Russian-speaking industrial heartland, where Moscow-backed separatists have been fighting Ukrainian forces for the past 8 years. An update to mask wearing on transportation after a ruling from a federal judge in Florida.
A main focus of Monday's White House press briefing was a Florida judge's ruling that the CDC exceeded its authority with a mask requirement on public transportation. Spokeswoman Jen Psaki couldn't say what it meant for travelers in that moment.
It just happened this afternoon, and so the Department of Homeland Security is obviously oversees the implementation of this, and they're reviewing it as we speak.
But shortly after the briefing, the White House released a statement saying during agency review of this decision, the court ruling means the mask mandate is not in effect at this time, though the CDC still recommends mask wearing on public transportation. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The U.S. Supreme Court won't consider a challenge from several states over the 2017 federal tax law.
New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Maryland had hoped to overturn a provision of the 2017 tax law that caps federal deductions for state and local taxes. But the U.S. Supreme Court has turned away the case, agreeing with lower courts who had also dismissed the lawsuit. The states argued Congress targeted Democratic-led states and interfered with their taxing authority by capping deductions at $10,000 for state and local taxes.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. The House had passed legislation to increase that cap, but the Senate has not. America's listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
A California woman has admitted she faked her own kidnapping and lied to the FBI about it.
A Northern California woman who claims she was kidnapped, tortured, and branded in 2016 has pleaded guilty to charges she faked her abduction. Her disappearance nearly 6 years ago set off a massive manhunt. As part of a plea deal with prosecutors, 39-year-old Sherry Papini is expected to face the possibility of just over a year in prison. She could have been put behind bars for 25 years. She also agreed to pay restitution of over $300,000, which will cover costs associated with a 3-week search that covered several states and the investigation into 2 women she'd said kidnapped her at gunpoint. She'll be sentenced in July. Rich Dennison, Fox News.
The telecom giant is raising wages again.
Amid a tight labor market and rising inflation, Verizon is planning to hike the minimum wage for new employees to $20 an hour. The new rate will apply to customer service staffers as well as to retail and inside sales employees. Current Verizon workers on those teams who don't already make $20 an hour will automatically be bumped up to the new rate. The company will also be offering a sign-on bonus for retail specialist and assistant manager positions in some U.S. markets. In recent months, Walmart, drugstore chain Walgreens Boots Alliance, and fast casual restaurant chain Chipotle raised hourly wages for employees to lure more people back to work.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. A container ship that has been stuck for more than a month in the Chesapeake Bay has finally been freed. The Ever Forward was helped by a full moon and a high spring tide. The cargo ship, operated by Taiwan-based Evergreen Marine Corporation, was traveling from Baltimore to Norfolk, Virginia on March 13th when it ran aground just north of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Marine inspectors will examine the ship's hull before the Coast Guard allows it to return to the Port of Baltimore. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. This year, many weddings are going over budget due to surging inflation, but there's some things that you can do according to industry insiders to cut costs. The most common piece of advice is trim the guest list. Couples used to do this thing where they would over-invite and then have a 20% drop-off rate, but these days, that's not the case. Consider getting a credit card for wedding purchases to earn rewards points. Also set aside 10% of your overall budget to cover unexpected costs and last-minute expenses.